Two, three. One, two, three.
Amazing. Okay, you'll take testing one.
Good morning. I think people are starting to trickle in, but we want to try to start on time. We have a very full agenda this morning. Welcome to the 31st ECHO International Agricultural Conference. It's really great to see all of you coming from all over the world and all over the United States. We have a lot packed in the next 3 days. I hope you are turning on your Energy Bunny battery because we'll be going from 8 to past 8 at night. So when I see a lot of smiling faces now, I hope they're still smiling on Thursday night. So let me open. My name is Grace Jew Miller. I'm the director of the North America Regional Impact Center here in Fort Myers. And I'll be giving an introduction later more about all our regional impact centers that ECHO has around the world and explain a little bit more about what we do here. I've been director 1 year and 1 month here, so just finished my 1 year anniversary, but it's my pleasure to welcome you officially. Let me open with a psalm, Psalm 100. Shout for joy to the Lord, all the earth. Worship the Lord with gladness. Come before him with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people, the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. For the Lord is good, and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations. Amen. And I introduce our worship leader today, DJ or Danielle Riley. Loves to bring people into beneficial, inspiring, and transformative spaces. She serves as ECHO's Global Executive Liaison, and she sees leading worship as an opportunity to find and encourage rest, contemplation, and guidance from the Lord. DJ has led worship in small house churches in China in her past, and large community gatherings of over 1,000 people. She was at the ECHO Asia Impact Center staff in Thailand until last year when she and her husband and children moved back to Phoenix. Although she can pick up a guitar and sing alone, she prefers to serve in partnership and sing in choirs. Next month, DJ will perform Handel's Messiah with the Grand Canyon University Choir in full orchestra. We're blessed this week to have her lead worship. So let's stand up and worship the Lord.
Good morning, my friends. Lovely to have all of you. As we sing this first song today, I'm reminded of the verse that speaks about the harvest being plentiful. And of course, the second part of that verse, the laborers are few, but let's focus on the harvest. And the fact that bringing in that harvest takes a lot of work. And the fact that we're gathered here today seeking out those solutions and partnerships, and all in a desire to serve the Lord, honor him, and honor the people that we're working among and with. And just in that spirit of this whole week, working with one another, recognizing that that harvest is plentiful and there's a lot of work to do, but we're excited to be here and be with you. So hopefully we all know these couple of songs I'll lead this morning, and may they be a blessing to the Lord and to each one of you. So let's sing together. This is my prayer in the desert. This is our prayer. This is our prayer. That the seeds that we sow and the preparations that we make and the things that we share and put out into the world in your name, that they will bring honor, that they will grow, that these seeds will flourish. We just ask that the hands, each hand throughout the world that puts their hands to the plow and works hard and feeds their animals and cares for their families, may they be honored in their work, and may we honor you with our lives. In Jesus' name, let's sing one more song together. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father, known you as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running out, it's running out to me. Your goodness is running after, it's running out to me. When my life laid down, I'm surrendered now, give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running out to me. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness. We are here to work together to identify these solutions and these opportunities to honor you, God, with our lives and share the truths that you have given us in our lives and the hope that you have given us. We are so, so thankful for your faithfulness to us and your patience with us. obviously toil and seek out how best to honor you. And some days it looks different than others, but you are the faithful one, and we thank you so much. Give us a great week, Lord, an opportunity to keep our ears open and our voices strong to share the truths that you have given us. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all.
Well, the room is filling up a little bit more. Again, welcome to Echo's conference. This week, we have a devotional speaker that I want to introduce. She's a friend and a co-worker in Kingdom Work. Hannah Machado is our devotional speaker, and she comes from Boston all the way to bless us. She has a passion for extending God's kingdom on earth. The daughter of a Kenyan father and a Finnish mother, Hannah grew up in the mission field in rural Kenya, where her parents were in full-time ministry for decades. Hannah's professional career spans over 20 years in the American corporate world, with most of it spent in the technology sector, robotics and artificial intelligence. She currently works for a startup company developing electric agricultural drones. So you may want to talk to her later. In regards to Kingdom Work, Hannah is active in her local church and also serves on the board of Peer Servants, a Christ-centered organization focused on empowering the materially poor by helping them to start or grow small businesses, educate children, engage young people in helping them to start or grow small businesses. She also works in Peer Servants to help extend affordable health care and address food and water security. Hannah resides in Boston with her husband, Dr. Stephen Machado, and they are blessed with 3 children. And it's been my blessing to serve on the Peer Servant board with Hannah for a couple of years. And let's welcome Hannah as she shares the word with us.
Good morning. And testing my microphone as well. Praise the name of the Lord. Greetings from a very cold Boston. I'm so excited to be here. Not only to enjoy the weather, but really to meet you and to be part of this Echo conference. Like Grace mentioned, I work in tech, but whenever I have an opportunity to meet people who are in the Kingdom Work, I get so excited. I get so excited, but that's where the Lord has planted me. And who knows, we need some believers in the tech world. I actually feel like the church should be sending missionaries into the tech world. I've been there over 20 years, and I think I can count in one hand believers that I have interacted with or met at high levels. And the ones that I met were usually people who had come from other countries, so they were raised in the church. So that's where the Lord has planted me. Sometimes it's frustrating, but He reminds me that I am there to be a light, and that's an assignment I take seriously. I want to give honor to whom honor is due. I honor the grace upon this organization, Echo, all of you who work diligently, the volunteers. I'm also a volunteer with Peer Servants, as Grace mentioned. If the word is true, which I know it is, for you is reserved a crown when we get to glory. Thank you for your leadership team for having me. A little bit more about myself, like Grace mentioned, I grew up in the mission field, so I think I heard that quite a few of you are in the mission field or missionaries or thinking about going to missions. I don't know how many times, usually, at least for me, I was in environments where missionaries came and spoke to us, but today you get to listen to the child of a missionary. So I want to encourage you who are in the mission work that what you do is not in vain. And for you who have families, for you who have children, it's my prayer that one day you'll see also the next generation have the same beliefs and serve the same God that you serve in wherever God would plant them. So, as Grace mentioned, I grew up in rural Kenya, and I'll talk a little bit more about myself today, less in the following days. This is more like an introduction so you know who is talking to you and why I might say what I say. In the rural parts of Kenya where my parents did work, I saw God move in a mighty way. We grew up in the shores of Lake Victoria. That was an area that was just devastated by HIV and AIDS in the 80s. It's an area that nobody really wanted to go to. Many times missionaries reached Nairobi, Kisumu, the bigger cities, but they were hesitant to get into, the places where it was a risk. But that's where God planted my family. And I'm so blessed to have lived in an environment where I saw God do modern-day miracles. So when I get a little bit excited about the things of God, it's because I have seen Him move. Some people read about miracles in the Bible. I have seen Him do things that were hard to believe. So that is the standpoint I talk about, that the same God who I saw move then is still moving today, and He is still in the miracle working business. So that is who I want to talk a little bit about today. And anytime I get an opportunity to speak about the things of God, it's always a testimony of what God has done in my life. So whatever I speak about, it's because I've been through the school. Today we are talking about a restoration of the soul briefly. It's because the Lord has done that work in my heart, and I can only speak about the things that He has done in my life as a testimony of who He is. My covenant with Him is based on Psalms 45:1 that talks about, I'm indicting a good matter about my King. I speak about the great things He has done, and my tongue is like the pen of a ready writer. So anytime I get a chance to speak about the things of the Lord, I can only speak about His testimony, what He has done in my life. So again, I come to you today not so much with eloquence of speech. You'll listen to a lot more eloquent speakers this week. But I come to you with the power that I know our God has, the God that we serve, the God who is able to move mountains. As I was praying about this week and asking the Lord, what would you say to us today? 3 things were kind of cemented in my heart about what I'm praying, and I've been praying that the Lord would do this week. Number 1 is that He would encourage us through His word. Number 2 is that He would empower us by the sheer presence of His Spirit in everything we do this week. And that whatever you get deposited in your spirit this week, that you would carry it back to wherever you go. And then thirdly, that He would equip us through the various talks that we'll hear, the various conversations we will hear, that it would be like iron sharpening iron. And that's from Proverbs 27:17. I believe that's also in one of your ECHO principles. I had a chance to read through your principles, the ECHO principles this week, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness, we could do a devotion every day for a year on the scriptures and the principles that the organization stands for, and I thank the Lord for that. So today, very briefly, we'll talk about restoration of the soul, and my main text is 3 John 1, 2. There's only one chapter in that book, so it's 3 John 2, really. And it says, "Beloved, I pray that in every way you may succeed and prosper and be in good health." He's talking about physically. "Just as your souls prosper," and he's talking about that spiritually. So what exactly is our soul? Fundamentally, we know that we are a spirit. We have a body, and the body is just a shell. It can be sinful. It can also be the temple of the Holy Spirit and a carrier of the glory of God. And you can read more about that in 1 Corinthians 6:16. But then the soul is a really complex, intricate thing. It's sort of the link between the body and the spirit, and it's the realm of our decisions. It's kind of like a neutral ground between the body and the spirit, and it's where free will is exercised. And this is talked more about in Proverbs 21:10. The soul is made up of our mind, which I call our thinker, or our imaginations. Part of it is also our will, what we want, and we know that it can be very strong. The human will is a gift that can be very strong, and if not harnessed per the guidelines of the Word of God, it can also be quite evil. And then emotions, and this is how we feel. So what is God's will for our soul? And it is exactly as John writes there, that we would prosper in every way. That is God's will for your soul. And not just prosper, but that we would be whole in our spirit, in our soul, and in our body. And you can read more about that in 1 Thessalonians 5:23. So if we talk about soul restoration, that means that the opposite is also true, that there's souls that are not restored, or what I call wounded souls. So what exactly can limit our souls from prospering, or what can wound them, so to speak? And if you follow the Word of God, things like sin can wound our souls, trauma, pain rooted in rejection and forgiveness, injustices like poverty, which we are all trying to tackle one way or another, grief, things like that. So today, as we meditate on that scripture, I want us to pray about a couple of things. 2 prayer points. That we would let go of any entanglements that would work against our souls being restored. Any unforgiveness, resentment of any kind, betrayals, broken relationships, disappointments, failures, emotional scars, abandonment, and the list goes on and on and on. And even when you work in the kingdom of God, there's plenty of those things. Again, like I said, growing up in the mission field, I saw all that. I saw that. In fact, the Lord had to do a mighty restoration in my life because I saw some of the things that happened to my parents. And I said, God, why? Why? And it was all in kingdom work. It was in kingdom work. But there are things that as a child, as a young person, in a way they wounded me. But the Lord has done a great, mighty work of restoration. And it's only by His grace. It's by His grace that He restores our soul. Knowing that our battle, like we are in the battlefield every day. We're in the battlefield. You're echo warriors. You're in the battlefield. And it's a fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against wicked forces in high places. But we know that in the end, we win. So my prayer point is that we would let go of any entanglements that would work against our soul being restored. And then secondly, that we would surrender anything that would dethrone Christ in our hearts. This is what especially Apostle Paul talks a lot about this, the circumcision of the heart. that we would work hard at anything that would take the place of Christ in our hearts. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much because you're in this place. Thank you for your Spirit. Thank you for sending a word today that reminds us that it is your good and perfect will for our souls to be restored. I pray for each and every person represented here, Lord, that whatever might be hindering our souls, Lord, whatever might be rooted deep within in terms of disappointments of life, failures, hurts, I pray, my Father, that just as you've sent your word out today, that you would do a mighty work of healing, Lord. That when you're done with us, we would not even be able to recognize ourselves, Lord. I pray that for those who are in the mission field, who are doing your work and laboring for your work, for you in the field, Lord, that you would restore and renew, Lord, their strength. As I was praying, I just sensed that there are some people, or maybe a person or people who are saying, Lord, but this is so hard. This is so hard. I don't even know if I have the strength to go on. And I sensed the Lord saying that if I called you, and you know I did, that my grace is sufficient. My grace is sufficient for you, Lord. My grace is sufficient, Lord. That's what the Lord would say. And I pray that whoever needs to be energized this week, that the Holy Spirit would move and sweep over each and every one of us, Lord. That we would get a new zeal and passion for what He has called us to do. Knowing that it's only if we leave it totally in His hands that He's able to do the work of restoration of our souls. Lord, thank you for your presence today, and I pray that you'd go with us even to the rest of the week, that in everything we do, we may feel your tangible presence. We give you glory and we give you honor. Thank you for being such a good, good God and such a good, good Father to us. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Those are good words as we begin this conference. That many of us are here wanting to learn about restoration of the soil, but I think we need to begin by the restoration of the soul. So, just a couple of housekeeping things. If you got your Echo bag, there should have been a folder in there, and there are some things in there that you want to pay attention to. One is our training calendar for the North America RIC. So these are trainings that will occur here in Fort Myers from in 2025. So we have a lot of training. We have our TAD class, which is our introduction to tropical ag development. And we have for the first time, hosting the faith and farming training that is in conjunction with LEAD, which is part of SIL of Wycliffe. And I hope you can come to that. It'll be a combination of training in theology and faith and what the Bible says about farming and farmers, and as well as we'll be doing a lot of training on the farm. So, and then we have 2 CHE trainings. CHE stands for Community Health Evangelism. We'll be having one in February and one in March, and please feel free to sign up for that. And then we have a TAD 2 coming up in April on food, forest, garden design, and planning. And then another one in July, a TAD 2 on tropical ag development, part 2 on syntropic agroforestry. We did this already in the past few months, and it was very, very successful. And then our next tropical ag development, part 2, is seed and seed banking. So that's in September. And then again, next November, we hope to see some of you back here for our 31st ECHO International Ag Conference. And there's a little flyer here about faith and farming with a QR code. And speaking of your QR code, we have all the agenda, speakers, attendees on Whova. And so please use your Whova app on your phone to guide you through this week. In this folder, it's not in Whova, so you'll need this, is the map of the farm. And the morning sessions are here at Crown Plaza, but the afternoon sessions are on the farm. At the break, before we leave for lunch, I'll explain if you need to take the bus. We have 2 buses, charter buses, that will take you to the farm and back for our evening sessions. So lunches are provided Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on the farm. And then dinners, you're on your own Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday, we will have a closing banquet here. So, but this is the map that will take you to the workshops this afternoon. So, yeah. And also, one more announcement. If you have a poster that you'd like to present for the poster sessions tomorrow, you need to speak to Dr. Tim Modis. Where's Tim? Wave your hand. There he is over there. So you can have your poster as a printed poster, or if it's an electronic poster, they can be displayed tomorrow. So, all right. So it says here on my agenda, this is a time for a stretch. So you can either just sit there and stretch your mind, or you can stand up and stretch. Okay, so stand up if you can, and let's raise our hands way up, like reaching the skies. Okay, now if you can, reach them in the back and pull. All right, now don't hurt yourself unless, okay, we do have workman's comp, but tilt your head to the right. And then back to center, and then to the left. Ooh, feel that stretch. Yeah, my leadership staff, you feel it. It's called the conference stretch. So, all right, thank you. You may sit down. Okay, so next I want to spend a little time introducing you to ECHO and ECHO's work. And first of all, let me introduce you to myself. It's kind of weird, you know, I should have had somebody introduce me because I introduce a lot of people. So I'm going to introduce me. So, so I is the director. So I've been part of ECHO for over 25 years. I know I don't look that old, but I have been part of ECHO over 25 years. So I started by teaching at Gordon College near Boston, and Tom Dent, Dr. Tom Dent, was one of the first professors to bring spring break trips to ECHO. So he retired, and I got his job as the plant biologist. And in the interview, they said, "Okay, can you teach this?" I said, "Yes." And they said, "And can you lead a spring break trip to ECHO?" Because he did that for 10 years. And I went, "What's ECHO?" So I came down and met Bonnie and Martin Price, and I said, "Sure, I'll do it." So I started to come to ECHO. And then Dr. Price and Bonnie took me to Haiti to visit the Haitian American Friendship Foundation. And he suggested that I teach a class in sustainable tropical agriculture that uses the ECHO farm and then one Caribbean spot to teach about agriculture. And so Haiti was one possibility because they were involved there. And on the flight back across from Haiti to Florida, he leaned across the aisle in the plane and said, "Would you consider leaving your tenure track job as chair of the biology department at Gordon and work for ECHO?" And I was like, you know, at 30,000 feet, it's really hard to think, okay, did he just ask me that? And so I wasn't sure. My husband had a great job with 2 toddlers. Things were going great. And I said, you know, I'm so honored, but no, thank you. So that spring, was very hard for me to be full-time faculty, have a full-time research lab, and raise 2 kids. And, but I had a chance to visit one of my students in Nepal who was doing an internship there. And on the way to Nepal, which is a long flight, I turned to my husband and I said, "What do you think about Martin's offer?" And he was asleep. He was over the Atlantic. And he sits up and he goes, "Oh, well, yeah, let's talk about this." He didn't really like that Boston climate anyway. So, and we prayed about it, and God just made it clear that I was to leave this tenure-track job as chair of the department and go work for this little farm. I remember I have a morning walk with a friend of mine who was a missionary who had just returned from Yemen. And I was like, "Chris, what am I doing? Why am I giving up this crazy job?" And she goes, in all seriousness, she goes, "How can working for the poor be a bad decision?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it." It's like, okay. So sure enough, so I kind of jumped ahead. So I called Martin and I said, "So you know that job offer, this is now May, I said, that job offer you gave me in January, did you fill that position?" And he goes, "I never advertised it." So God got me here. And then I served here as the seed bank director for several years. And then my husband and I were called to North Africa and served there for a few years. And then came back here. And I went back into academia and taught at Indiana Wesleyan University. And then eventually became dean at Taylor University for 5 years before God plucked me out of academia again for the second time and brought me to ECHO, and this time as a director. So, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men, right? But God is the one who controls it. So it's a blessing for me to be back to help with the inaugural years of the North America Regional Impact Center. So let me tell you a little bit about ECHO. We have a 43-year history. Dick Duger and the Prices were part of the beginnings here, and just about a few acres that you'll see on the farm now has grown to over 50 acres. And we now not just have Fort Myers, but we have North America here. We have an Asia office, Impact Center in Thailand, in East Africa, in Tanzania, in West Africa, in Burkina Faso, and we just opened our South Asia Resource Center in South India that is headquartered in Thailand, but working in South Asia. And then we are currently looking for a director of our brand new Caribbean Central America Regional Impact Center. So God is being faithful and blessing us. Imagine 3 acres, 3 people, 1 intern, and now we are all over the world and keep growing as God blesses us. So to God be the glory. A little introduction. You'll get to meet 2 of those Impact Center leaders today. One is Erwin. I'm going to call on you. Can you wave your hand there? Stand up there. Erwin is our outgoing Regional Impact Center Director of East Africa. So welcome, Erwin. So he's all the way here from Tanzania, and he is handing it over to Share Munene, and you see him holding a goat with Erwin. And so we're glad Erwin will be here with us. He'll be speaking on Thursday. He sends his greetings, but will not be here till Thursday. Our CEO and president in the center picture, he's the one right behind me in the blue shirt, Abram Bixler. He'll be joining us Thursday. Next to him is Robert Sanu. He was just here, so we've really had a blessing of having these Regional Impact Center directors here. That he just came from Burkina Faso to spend a week with us. And behind him is Patrick Trail, who is the director of our Asia office in Thailand and a former intern. And then on the bottom right, you'll meet him on Thursday. That's Gladstone Kumar, and he is our new director of the South Asia Resource Center. So you'll get to see a lot of these global people this week. So let's look at ECHO's vision statement. A transformed world, honoring God by strengthening the capacity of diverse global network to defeat hunger and improve lives through sustainable food and agroecosystem strategies. Because, the motivation statement, because as Jesus first loved us, as agents of restoration, we seek to glorify God and to love our neighbors. This is what drives us. This is what made us work day and night to make things like this conference go, because this is our motivation. And we are one small drop in the big ocean of workers who are working towards sustaining lives and giving solutions to the hungry. So in all humility, we are just one small drop in this ocean. And that's why it's so exciting to see all your faces out there, because we're all drops in that ocean. And the more drops, the more ocean. So, so even though you might feel like you're just one little drop, it makes a difference. You could be the last drop that makes that bucket overflow. So. Now, we are all over. I just told you about our new regional impact centers and where they exist, so you can see on this map. And just a reminder why I'm preaching to the choir here. You know that that's the 1040 window that's showing there, and the red dots show that those are the most unreached and the poorest people in the world. So we are a Christian agricultural entity, networking and sharing technical resources. How does it work? We count on people like you, our global network, okay? And I encourage all of you to join echocommunity.org if you have not. And we want to get information from you, give you information. This is a networking, reciprocal reciprocity process. And we do a lot of things like workshops, seminars, and in different places we have to do it in different ways. In Burkina Faso, it's not run like we do, where we have lots of workshops and people come. Infrastructure is difficult in Burkina Faso. Robert was here, and just really appreciate and admire his group, his team, how hard it is. They're often held back from going to training because the roads are blocked, and they are held up at gunpoint, and life is dangerous for them in Burkina Faso. So their training is a little different. They use this, okay, because roadblocks don't stop this. So, so they do a lot of training by video and stuff because they can't. And also, their presence is so real, and their effect of God's work is so real that they have been invited to work in the prisons in Burkina Faso, teaching them agriculture and food security and giving the men and women that are incarcerated a skill. And it's the government asking ECHO to go train them, and not saying that you can't talk about the gospel either. So remember, it's like 90-some% Muslim, so Burkina Faso. So it's kind of interesting to see how each regional impact center has to have a different approach. So who do we serve? We connect with over 18,000 members in our network. We serve like-minded organizations. We provide our training for anyone who needs it. So you are our ambassadors. Tell people about us. We can go to you for training. You can come here, and we can set you up with the correct regional impact center. So it used to be when Florida was the only place, it was very hard to get people to come from Cambodia and Thailand to train, or from Senegal to train here, but you now have impact centers in different continents. So our strategies, as you can see, a lot of them are going to be part of our workshops this afternoon. They include things like all aspects of sustainable agriculture, appropriate technology, seed banking, water sanitation, fuel, participatory, community development, all of this, creation care, faith and farming, we try to cover this. So we are excited that you're here to give us ideas and to get ideas from us. And how we connect, like I said, a lot of it is through echocommunity.org. We have a technical response unit, the TRU, kind of sound like Ghostbusters. But we get together once a week and we go through some of these requests from around the world, and we try to answer them, and we get new information from them, and then we post it on echocommunity.org. There's so many slideshows, PowerPoints, videos, articles in many languages that are downloadable and free of charge. We also have EDN publication, best practice notes for you, and they are translated into many languages. These are some of the languages that are available. So, and we're always trying to increase more, but definitely we have many of these in French and Spanish, Swahili, Vietnamese. So, you'll get a chance. I think you got a little coupon for our bookstore to browse our books if you'd like. And if you can't make up your mind this week, you can always order those books online. So one of the things we are really excited about is the use of appropriate technology in all around the world. This one, my family and I recently visited Arusha, the East Africa office, and Erwin and his staff were kind enough to give us a tour. And this is their fuel-efficient stoves, in which they go to the remote rural areas and teach them how to first make the bricks. So the center picture shows you the mold to make the bricks, and then put it together to make a rocket stove, which is very fuel efficient. And you'll see some of these on the farm. And then there's biogas and a solar food dryer. So these things are very usable, simple technologies that can really improve lives. So consultation is something we all do online or in person. It's a little bit different because like in more rural areas or developing nations, they can come to these centers. In Florida, where our office is, if they've come to my office, they probably drove there. If they drove there, they're probably not the poorest of the poor. But so what we do is we really train the trainers. We train the people like you who will go out to the more needy areas. And we have found that seed banking and seed saving has become incredibly important and needed around the world. And so you'll learn about that. You'll get to tour our seed bank this week. So, because if you can save your seeds, you're already halfway there, okay? Because you can grow it. If you don't have the seeds, you can have good land, you can have good tools, but you have to have the seed. So if you can save your own seed, store it well, okay, and distribute it, and keep track of the accessions and the genotypes, you are halfway there to a lot of food security issues. So, we do research, demonstration, training, like I said, and we rely a lot on our volunteers. Our focus is smallholder farmers. We're not looking at large farms or industrial farms. And with our internships, just a little plug for the North America Regional Impact Center. Raise your hand if you're a current intern right now. All right, so if you're interested in talking about internships, you can talk to the interns that are here. Our applications are now open for the next year. The next cohort will arrive in the end of May and serve here for about a year. So. I'll end with some pictures. This is an AT Symposium in Arusha, Tanzania, and some training in East Africa and Asia. This was so exciting. I was there for this AT, and chaya is just like taken off like wildfire, and everybody loves chaya. That young man was just standing there. I don't know if he knew who I was, but he told me in like 5 minutes everything about Chaya and how I should use Chaya. And I said, that's good, yeah, I like that. So, but Chaya is a perennial green, very easy to propagate, very tolerant of different climates. So you just cut the stem, stick it in the ground, and it starts growing. And it's like it's called Mexican spinach in some places. So it's a dark leafy green. Go back. You can see you just cut the stems like that, and the greens are used just like you would spinach. You do want to cook it. So now, what is the North America Regional Impact Center about? So we are reimagining and repurposing this campus. It became the NA RIC in 2023, and we want to get more connected with people who are located in North America, like Compassion International, World Vision, WICA Bible Translators. And we want to utilize our campus and be better stewards. So who is our audience? One, the North Americans working currently internationally but are without access to the other ECHO centers. And then those who are located in North America aspiring to work internationally, students, missionaries, Peace Corps workers. We're working with the USDA. And then domestic partners. We're trying to work with those who are combating hunger here in the United States and here in our neighborhood in Lee County where we are located. And we do work with Cultivate Abundance, and you'll hear some of the work through Mission Peniel tomorrow when the speakers will talk about that ministry. And what we do is we donate among 4 or 5 other farms fresh produce on Fridays for these 350 migrant families that are located in Immokalee to get fresh produce and food. And they pick up canned foods and other foods and breads and diapers and stuff. But we have a lot of land, and we have amazing staff and interns that are growing it, so we just donate some of that food, and they're very welcome because we try to plant stuff that they really like. And we also have some of our acreage given to Cultivate Abundance at a small amount of rent, so they can plant like Haitian basket vine and Chaya and moringa so they can eat it. So this is a group of us last year in 2023 meeting in Arusha. And Abram will be addressing this on our last night, but I wanted to put this slide in as you start thinking. He's been our new CEO for 2 years, and the whole leadership team has, with the approval of the board, approved the strategic framework for 5 global goals. The first is strengthen and grow the global network. Increase the network's capacity to be effective, advance global seed banking, champion agroecology, and partner in biblical holistic mission with the global church. So all the regional impact centers, all the directors are working under this strategic framework. So, take-home message, spread the word. You know, what breaks my heart is at conferences like this, I'll meet someone who says, I just came off the field. I was in the mission field in South Asia for 30 years, and I never heard about ECHO, and it would have been so helpful. I don't want to hear that. I don't want ECHO to be some best-kept secret. No secret. Spread the word. So join our echocommunity.org, and it's a joy that we can work together and try to defeat, we use that word, it's a strong word, but to defeat world hunger. So thank you so much for your attention. Okay, we're gonna transition now.
I am very honored to introduce our first speaker, Milmer Martinez Vergara, and I met him 4 years ago virtually during our COVID International Conference, which was virtual. ECHO invited him to be on a panel on behalf of Plant with Purpose. At the time, he was the area director for Latin America programs. And he came to speak on behalf of Plant with a Purpose, which, for those of you who don't know, Plant with Purpose is a Christian development organization that works to reverse deforestation and poverty around the world by transforming lives of the rural poor. And they do this in a very holistic way. And when he was sharing on our panel about nursery management and these projects, I was blown away. In part because I was still working on my academic studies in agroecology, which is a holistic view of agroecosystems. And I was struggling with, how does faith fit into all of this? How does God's Great Commission fit into agroecology? And the way that Milmer explained his drive and his passion for serving smallholder farmers and the approach that Plant with Purpose takes, I was encouraged, and I was really uplifted that all these academic studies I was putting towards agroecology could be founded in faith and could be applied in holistic transformation of the rural poor. And so thank you, Milmer, for inspiring me. And now Milmer has been promoted and is now the International Programs Vice President for Plant with Purpose. Milmer is originally from Colombia and has a background in marine biology and genetic conservation. So if you want to talk about dolphin genetics, he's also a good one to go to. But today he's going to be talking with us about from rural poverty alleviation to ecosystem restoration, the role of small-scale farmers in sustainable development. So please join me in welcoming Milmer to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Every time I get in front of a lot of people, I always get a little nervous, but I forget that I'm among friends. I don't want to forget that I'm among friends. So anyway, thank you for having me here. Thank you, Grace, for your words. Plant with Purpose and ECHO share a lot of DNA. We overlap in a lot of the areas that we work, geographical areas as well as thematic areas. And we're a little bit younger than ECHO. We're 40 years old instead of 43. So anyway, I'm very happy to be here. I really appreciate that I'm not tailoring the message to fit just one aspect of our program, but I can talk about everything. So anyway, thank you. Let me see if I know how to figure this out. So today I just want to tell you a story, and it's largely dependent on our story, on our path. This is not meant to be a prescription. This is meant to be my humble perspective of how can we achieve what I'm putting in the title. So how do we take the efforts in rural poverty alleviation to incorporate ecosystem restoration as a result, as an ecological product? But not only that, to make sure that it's part of the message, that it's not disconnected, that there's no false dichotomy between those two goals. So this is the outline for today. Hopefully it will take you from that. It will take you from rural development all the way to ecosystem restoration. We only have 40 minutes to talk about this, so I'm really just reducing it to the most critical themes of what I think are critical about being able to do it. The aspects that are highly differentiated to achieve that result, meaning rural development and also ecosystem restoration, or at least a strong indication that we're going in that direction. So I'll talk a little bit about who we are, though Stacy mentioned a little bit about Plant with Purpose, and then there's the outline. I'll let you read it for a second. So here's our theory of change, Plant with Purpose. We work in 3 pillars: spiritual renewal or spiritual development, environmental restoration, and economic empowerment. If you're not familiar with the theory of change, you read like a book from left to right, activities, and then you have outputs, outcomes, impact, and ultimately the goal is holistic transformation. So as you can see here, some of the activities have double colors, and that's our humble attempt to embrace the multi-purpose objectives of different things. So we're trying to put here by inherently complex multidimensional model into something that is bidimensional. So I just want to put out there the idea that complexity, we're embracing complexity all the way from the start. That it was very frowned upon in the past, but now we tend to be, the community is being a little bit more receptive to that. We work in these 9 countries. Dominican Republic, this is in order of establishment. Dominican Republic, Mexico, Haiti, Tanzania, Thailand, Burundi, Congo, Ethiopia, and Malawi. We're here also in the U.S., and we're starting an outreach with churches. So you could say that we also have an American program, North American program. And the way how we work is that we, as part of the sustainability model in development, we are developing local institutions, legally independent, but that we're basically working together in one direction. So legally, we're different, but we're really sharing the DNA. We establish them, we recruit people, and everyone, each of the countries, is someone it's a national, it's someone that is from the country. And again, actually, I'm telling you this not to plug in Plan with Purpose, but it's really part of the model that I'm trying to talk to you about. That will be try to talk to you about today. These are some of the metrics that we use. We're higher metrics. We value the numbers. It's something that given the scientific background, I love. One of the things that I love about genetics is that you can count. You count A's, you count C's, so I love it. So here in terms of numbers, we work with, these are not numbers about 2 quarters old, but we work with over 114 farming families around the world. We have about almost 500 staff in all the different countries. We've planted and grown about 80% of 73 million trees. 71. And this is about an area of 148,000 acres. We've established, we have 1,300 partnerships, 63% male-female participation in average. There's more. And almost 5,000 saving groups, and that accumulate about $14 million in equity. This is significant because we're mobilizing resources in the community. And the bottom, there's some numbers about graduation that we'll talk a little bit after. So as I'm trying to establish the priors of the model, of that route that we're trying to take, I need to talk about some things that might seem a little disconnected or disjointed from the whole model, but they're not at all. They're equally as important as the technical aspect. So see all these things here in green as things that are elements that need to be part of the equation. They have been analyzed, they have been measured, they have been reflected on, that are part of the way how the work needs to be effective. The ultimate outcome depends on the effectiveness of the treatment, the effectiveness of what we're trying to facilitate. So just as part of that, we Plan with Purpose. We're a community of practitioners. Actually, I was reading the summary that one of the people from my team sent to ECHO, and they said that I'm an expert in agroecology, and I don't like that word expert. I'm a practitioner. I'm a learner, and anyone that knows our agroecology knows that you'll never be an expert, right? It's a process. So we're a global partnership and a community. We ourselves see ourselves first as facilitators of change, of positive change. We don't save anyone. We don't change anyone. God changes people. People change themselves. So we are facilitators of change. So that's what I call positive delta or positive delta units. We are sharing experience constantly. I just came from visiting our Tanzania partners, actually, after they had a meeting with ECHO in Tanzania. I was talking with our Ethiopia teams. We are constantly making this part of what we're learning together. We are a learning organization. This is all part of this effort. We have not figured this out. I don't think anyone has. Anyone that sells that, you know that. No. We are in an iterative process where we are putting together something forward with the resources that we have. We see how things react. We think how things sustain. So we're trying to figure this out. And there's some strong indications that things seem to be going in the right direction. So and by that I mean even from an ecosystem perspective, we've seen changes in people's lives for sure in this 40-year-old history. But as it relates to ecosystem restoration, there's strong indications. But there hasn't been enough time for us to say we restore the ecosystem or the people restore the ecosystem. So there's an element, there's a large element of hypothesis in this. And that, as I said, we are moving in that direction. We don't know that the Americas are there, but we're seeing the birds and we're pointing where the birds are. And as I said, strong indications of that. The other consideration is that, as we all know that rural poverty or farmers in conditions of poverty, of course, is a human system. We're humans. They're human. That's what's happening. But as we think about the ecosystem, the industry in the past was very much disconnecting these two. It would never think, oh, it didn't really operationalize because it was difficult, because it was complex, because it was not their area of expertise. They plugged out the humans as part of as not part of the ecosystem. Yes, of course, they know they're part of the ecosystem, but operationally they were not including it. So we have to start by the fact that if we want to achieve what I put in the title of this presentation, we need to consider that this is a human system, that humans are part of the ecosystem. I mean, one of the biggest things, let's say the biggest objectives of the effort that we're trying to do as it relates to environmental restoration is for the farmers, is for the staff to be aware that their survival, their ability to flourish depends on the healthy ecosystem. So that's, as I said. Another aspect of a human system is that we are trying to facilitate an outcome that is reflected in the health of the environment via a behavioral change in people. So this is also another important aspect. The way how we learn is different. The way how we incorporate change in our lives is different. How many times have we seen community of farmers that they want to stick to doing what they've always done, even if they've seen year after year that 10% of their crops are reduced every year, because change is difficult for all of us. So we have to take into account as part of the model. Adult learning. We're largely working with a generation of farmers that are above 40, 45 years old in most of the places that we work. So we have to take this into account if we want to facilitate change. The idea that the sustainability of what we do has to be a mindset change from a farmer to a steward, to a manager. So all these things are aspects of a human system that we tend to kind of separate outside of ecosystem restoration efforts. And the last one is a very important one, is that they're submitted to social and economic forces. Another consideration is the fact that the starting point makes a huge difference. There's no stronger starting point than who you are, your identity. There has to be clarity about who you are as a staff, as a team. There has to be clarity of who you start as people, as your farmer. So one of the first things that you have to break that paradigm is this is one of the reasons why I like Spanish so much, is that in Spanish we have the two words that means being as a state and being as an identity. People, the farmers in conditions of poverty is a state. I am not poor. So the idea that we're all children of God, made in His image, with skills and talents, we all have something to contribute, something to bring to the table. So this is there has to be a clear starting point as part of the method, and it shouldn't be obviated as not operational. We ourselves, to facilitate we are staff. The staff needs to be open to change. There's no change without us being open to that. How many times have we arrived to a situation where we want to facilitate something or bring something and then realize that, no, this has to be different. We have to be open to the fact that this person that's been farming for 30 years is bringing up an idea that doesn't come from a university, but comes from empirical evidence. Let's incorporate it into the equation. And one other thing that I actually got a student of Oxford to analyze this, and conclusively he found that staff behavior was the most effective tool to facilitate change. So if you need to be aware of this. Community readiness. This is kind of a tenet of community development, the idea that you want to work with people that are ready to work with you. Our model is highly dependent on people's investment of time and money. So you want to have a sense of the areas where we work, of how people want to engage with this. It is really, we say in Spanish, contrapartida. It is a co-investment, co-development, co-creation process. So it demands people's times. So if we're not there to just give things or provide aid, but we're there to do a partnership, you need to have an assessment of how people see themselves. Is it really fair for this watershed, for people that are not ready, that are used to paternalistic behavior, as opposed to this other watershed that people are ready and they want to give their skills and their talents and their finances or time to work. So you have to be a little picky about this. So that needs to be part of the method. And as I said, all these things are aspects that are pursuing for you to be effective, for you to have the intended outcome. Clarifying expectations and roles. What do you bring to the table? What do I bring? I'm sorry, but you have skills and talents. You're a carpenter, right? So, I mean, you're children of God. So you can bring things to the table too. You're not here just to receive. It's a mindset change. Critical mass. What volume of that area that you're trying to intervene is ready for that? So, I mean, and I'm not saying that we say we don't work with these farmers because of that or this community, but at least you know what you're getting into. You know what you're getting into. If you have a heart for it, okay, it's going to take 30% more investment, 50% more time. Okay, let's engage. Now, that's some of those things that sometimes people call soft, but for me, I call them foundational. Now, the other aspect of this is you have to have an aligned methodology. And one of the methodologies that we've chosen, that we've proven, is village and savings and loans. Besides the financial services, besides putting the community resources together and put them in the right place, creating an accountability structure for you to spend the money how you're supposed to spend it. All these things are listed there that I'm not going to read. I'm going to read a couple. Are things that are needed in order for you to have an effective intervention. Community organization. How many times a government comes to a community with a bunch of resources, says, hey, we need to precipitate these funds here. Are you guys organized? Do you have an effective cooperative? How many times do we go to a community and there's a co-op that's been working there for 100 years and there's no trust in the community? So we've actually have many, as a recurring result, where co-ops take village and savings loans methodology and make it an effective institution. We've seen how savings and loans have become grassroots local NGOs. So this provides a platform that really accelerates that mind shift change that we need in order to establish an effective project. You start as a saving groups, but then you develop into, the marketing department calls them purpose groups. In the field, we call them GLDs, or groups for local development. A group that changes, that develops an identity and devote themselves not only to help themselves and their problems, but also as a direct result from a spiritual development component curriculum, that they extend themselves to help the neighbors. They see their problem as our problem. So all these things are methodologies that are highly effective for the work that we're trying to do. The other one is agroecology. 10 years ago, I was a heretic in my organization. Oh my God, the idea of agroecology was simply no environment, sustainable agriculture. And I said, but come on, agroecology embraces every aspect of humans, of a human system, even a belief system. Even it takes into account, it approaches with respect the fact of what people believe, the fact of how people make a living, the fact that you have a choice and you have the freedom to pursue what you need to pursue as a family, as a community, as a sub-watershed. So it promotes diversity, embraces complexity. This is one of the things. It's iterative and methodic, contemplative. I went to a Benedictine monk school for 13 years in Colombia. It was established by Dakota monks. And one of the things that I appreciated about them was how much time they took to contemplate, to observe, and to react, to reflect. I don't know, agroecology, I guess. Anyway, it's one of my favorite posters from agroecology from the fall of a few years ago. It was in Rome, and I really appreciated this picture. I'll come back to this picture after. Another part is farmer field school approach. You know this. You are the experts, well, not experts, you're practitioners of this practice, but it's something that is highly aligned to everything that we're trying to apply. You'll see the terminology between what I've established a methodology that they repeat themselves. Experiential learning, hands-on training, new methods, participatory, inclusive, practical. So all these things are very much part of the work that we do, and they're highly integrated. We developed a curriculum with our farmers in the field from 8 different countries at the time, with all our technical staff that we call the Seeds of Change curriculum, again, a marketing word. And these are the different units that we go through. But it was highly produced from that agroecological perspective, highly integrated. How do you separate the spiritual development from the environmental restoration? Everything is. So we try to do our best to integrate all of these aspects into our curriculum that all of our partners follow in the field. And we call it Seeds of Change. The other component that people might think that belongs in HR, but it's actually, as I said, if you're spending 50 to 70% of your budget in the people that have a direct contact with your community, with your participants, you should be investing in their development. So I consider our staff to be the first ones that receive all the training, that need to understand what we're trying to do, that are able to contribute into what we're trying to develop. A big proportion of the people that we hire as technical people in the field are people from the areas where we work. So they have informal or formal training, but they all need to have a strong sense of service and vocation towards their people, not just to the people in the community, not just to the people in their region, but to the people in the whole country, people in the whole world. So I always tell that I want to have all the citizenships, or at least I want to have the marine citizenship that touches a lot of oceans, a lot of countries. But the idea that you want to work with people that have this strong sense of service and vocation. You want them to see themselves, to see the farmers as people with knowledge, as people that have the opportunity to partner with you. One of the things that we tell agronomists in some non-mentioned country, when we hire agronomists, we say, you know what, forget everything they taught you in school. For the next year, 6 months, year, you need to listen to the people in the community. Please listen, just see. So you have to really treat people with that sense of care. They're taught in listening, facilitation techniques, and we don't refer to them as employees, or they don't see themselves as employees. They see themselves more as disciples. This is using their words. This aims at stakeholders. And it's really an apprenticeship level. It's like we're really carrying each other in this process until we get to that. So again, part of the methodology. It is not just a nice thing to say. It is not just it would be nice to have the people. It needs to be a must. If you want to have an effective extension, an effective facilitation, you want to have the right people doing the work. Also, aligned methodology, churches and schools. There are other points of connection in the community. How can you think about transforming an ecosystem when you're thinking about the next generation? So they work in schools, they work with churches, the work of how the church see themselves as an agent of change in the community. Churches that apply saving groups and become effective in doing fundraising, for example. Churches that do nursery, schools that do nursery. All the different iterations of what you can imagine is we see in the community. Environmental education, values in schools. Ultimately, you want people to participate. You want people to be involved, to at least have the opportunity to decide. The other aspect that I wouldn't say that is the most critical one, but it's really, especially when you think about ecosystem restoration, is the idea of doing things at scale. Very often it's like we have this perfect example, we take pictures of the perfect farmer, that tends to be the outlier, that tends to be the 5% of what happens in the field. And there's the Photoshop, and every time the photo shoot, and then every time someone, we come, no, we want to scale what works. We want to normalize those outlying behaviors. Excuse me. You want to normalize those outlying behaviors, those things that are critical. So looking at those and being able to scale those things. How is this person, how is this family making it? What elements are differential or critical that we can bring into the system so that we can make it more effective? But it needs to be at scale. it needs to be territorial. So for example, at Plan with Purpose, we do sub-watershed delineations. We take a territory of about 150 to 250 square kilometers, about 4,000 families, 2,000 to 3,000 eligible families in terms of conditions of poverty and livelihood. And we manage them as discrete operational units. And we approach that, we aim to saturate, to achieve a critical mass in that territory in order for the change to be visible and to be systemic. You want your neighbors, you want to be doing the same things, and then the wave carries it. You don't need to work with 100% of the people. We've read Roland Bunch, but we need to work with a significant amount of people in a significant amount of land. So as I said, discrete operational units, they're teams that are dedicated for that geography. The reason why we use sub-watersheds is because the hydrology actually marks a lot of things, a lot of the aspects of human system. If you look at genetics, you realize that sub-watersheds actually make gene flow more difficult. It makes language to derive and unique. It makes ecology to be also very specific and homogeneous. So we use the hydrology, the geography, to see as a unit of homogeneity, which at specific treatment, it's homogeneous during that territory. And as I said, it is at a significant amount of space. Saturation, what I said, you establish a goal, how many people you want to work with, 50, 60%, 1,500, 2,000 families. That means there's a number of saving groups. We work one group at a time, and ultimately you want to achieve that. One of the things that I appreciate about aerial photography and the whole development of satellite pictures and the availability of that is how it changes your mind. How showing a map to someone in the communities just completely blows their mind. How they realize that their neighbor, that their community neighbor is only one finger away from them. How the persons upstream affect the persons downstream. How it really promotes this geographic solidarity. The change in order to be systemic needs to be communal, needs to be significant. We rely on this spatial awareness for the multiplier effect to be more effective. The closer you are, the more aware you are, where people are next to you, that changes you. That really changes the way how you see the world. One example of this is an initiative in Dominican Republic using carbon financing. We're developing in which we're trying to scale. So we took something inherently complex as an agroforestry, multi-level, multi-species cacao design with about 10 to 12 crops and many other things, and then optimize it in order to be a planting design that could be replicated. It starts as something very, very methodic, but then it becomes much more something else. So here we have an example of planting design. So the idea that we took something out there, what is the cacao system, what are the economic objectives of the farmer, what are the environmental objectives that we need, what are the carbon objectives that we need, what is it that we can develop. And so we sat down with the community, we sat down with the farmers, and we came with a design. And we're testing the design, and it's very effective, and now we're trying to scale it. This is what it looks like. So on the upper right part, that's American cilantro, culantro plot. That's basically in that area. That's what people would do. Either this pigeon peas or cilantro ancho, or white cilantro, and then the arrow points of how basically it's a transition from that type of culture to the agroforestry portion that is there. Let me see if I cannot anyway. So yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I had a pointer. So that portion that looks more vegetated, where the red RR is a 2.5 multi-level cacao agroforestry plot. That was originally like that 3 years before. So the idea that people that if you were to describe what we're trying to facilitate is that transition into a more appropriate, a more compatible agricultural production system. And I wanted to show you a little bit of how scale looks like. So this is the Upper Ozama in Dominican Republic. Each little square is 1.5 hectares. There's a mistake. It's like 1.5 hectares. This is a model. People travel about 2 kilometers or less from their land from the community. So we modeled every farm. We're talking about 3,000 farms. And this is how it looks like. This is in about 9 years. But we're talking about 187 saving groups, 40 churches, 3,000 families working together to be able to make a significant dent in what it is and what we're trying to achieve. So this is scale in space and how it looks like. The other aspect of scale is time. So it's not just about scaling in space, but also time. You have to understand that this is a multi-year, multi-phase intervention. It takes several years, though you concentrate most of your efforts of transfer of technologies and walking within the first 3 to 4 years, you need the other years to consolidate. We're working on creating experiments to reduce that time so that we can serve more people faster. But this is, for now, this is the average of where we stand, 6 to 9 years. As I said, it's a transition to a different agroforestry system, to a different agricultural production system, and those take time. Even if you plant all the trees and all the crops in year one, that doesn't happen unless you use carbon financing. It'll take 3.5 to 4 years for you to start this, to have the first small harvest of your cacao, of your zapote, of your oranges, of your other fruits with grafted and high productive varieties. So it takes time to do that. So you need the time. You need the time for people to see it. You need the time to accompany people so that we can pinpoint what's not working and working. So you need to think about time. So it's consuming. It's time consuming. It is expensive. But the idea is to always be tweaking the system, not only to consolidate knowledge, but to find the differentials, the things that are critical for that change to happen. One other thing that is implicit about time is the idea that you graduate. There's a finite beginning and end of our partnership. These are the milestones. So it's established as a clear priority from the beginning. So we need to have, it needs to be clear for both the staff, for both the community. The other aspect that we don't emphasize enough is the idea of generational handoff. It takes more than a generation for an ecosystem to be restored, for the time needed for that. And if the children of the farmers you're working with see farming as a failure, see agriculture as something that they don't want to do, then it's not really sustainable. It's just one generation intervention. So the idea that you want to be able to understand that generational handoff, the work that you do with schools, the way how the children realize how their father can actually have father and mother can actually provide what they need for their school, the way how they actually have a dignified life, not just a non-poor life, but a dignified life as a farmer, and see pride in that. It's important for that generational handoff. It's important for the sustainability and for the real restoration of the ecosystem. So we talked about the foundational components. We talked about scale in time and space. We talked about aligned methodology. And one other critical part is the measuring component, is the monitoring evaluation. In Plan with Purpose, we just established Merlin. Well, we've been there for a long time, but we changed the name. Monitoring, evaluation, research, learning, and innovation. We say, lo que no se evalúa no mejora. Whatever you don't evaluate doesn't improve, basically. And it is very much, it is very much ingrained in all our minds that that monitoring evaluation is not there to point out what we're doing wrong, but it's there to point out where we should be going in the future. So there's already that mindset. There's no preoccupation of people changing their results because they're afraid of how people will react with the bad results. No, this is forward thinking. The other component is that any time that you sit in front of a donor or an investor, make sure that you have it clear that monitoring is very much part of programming. There's no biological metabolic system that doesn't have a self-regulation pathway that completely makes them aware that it's working and is going the direction it is. So it is a programmatic expense. So even if you do a small programming because you need to have the monitoring evaluation, it's okay. Do it like that. Prove your concept, test it out, and iteratively get bigger. So you have to have a robust monitoring framework. As I said, integral part of programming. We use differences and differences as part of impact. So we're big on the impact component, and we're getting better at the monitoring one. The way of thinking is that as I'm describing this, imagine this as a method. Recipe 1, the recipe has element 1, foundational, element 2, scale, element 3, agroecology, saving groups, they're all part of a method. So if you are able to establish by measuring and analyzing that the recipe 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 = C, you're at a successful result, focus on monitoring those inputs. So it's okay to have an impact evaluation, but I think it's more critical to keep track of how that recipe is going over time and measure the impact. And then you make that correlation between money, between investment, between the change you're trying to facilitate and the amount of input that goes into the equation. We're starting starting the use of digital apps to track field activities, the outcome, quality of service. You want to make sure, you want to have an idea of how people are reacting. I mean, if a big part of the work that you do is the input and the time that your technicians spend with the community, you want to have an idea of how are they perceiving that. Tracking crop and yield and income. And another part I didn't put here as an equation is the idea of partnerships. You want to partner with the right people. You want to partner with the experts in this field. So instead of becoming an expert in everything, find the expert, partner. I say that because I'm working with Accesso in this bottom hub. I say that because I'm partnering with Taking Root in the part that has to do with carbon, the part that has to do with optimizing a process in technology. So find the right people, surround yourself by the right people. They usually cost, and it's okay. It's measure your outcome, measure your investment, and optimize from there. This is just some more things about the impact that I'll just pass. But just to give you an idea, one of the things that we use is a multi-poverty index. This is just an example of one of the things that we use for impact. This is a variation of what the UNDP uses, and it takes different aspects of human well-being. It's not just income, it's not just yield, it's not just how you feel, it's all the different things, including the health of the ecosystem, or some measure of it. And just as an example of some of those things that we've used to measure to see that we're going in the right direction is, first of all, as I said at the beginning, people need to understand, including your staff, that your livelihood as a farmer, your ability to flourish as a farmer, as a grower, depends on the healthy ecosystem in a very practical sense. Whether you're a tree hugger or not, it depends on that. The water, the ability to recycle nutrients, the ability to clean the air, you need a healthy system. So one of the things that we do that is we monitor, at least at the beginning while you optimize the methodology, you measure the specifics about what you're planting. So here we have an example, it's a polygon, it's a plot in which we have different samplings and we have an idea of what is being planted. So you go and you check, people planted 16,000 trees in this area, all these different species, but then you go back and then you realize that there's much more than that. So the ability to track natural regeneration, or even farmer accelerated regeneration. So all these things are giving, all this data, all these measurements are giving you a real picture of what is happening. And don't see all these numbers as a way to dehumanize, completely the opposite. See these numbers are getting to know better the problem and the people that you work with. Surface water, we're using a lot of remote sensing, so the ability for forests to produce water and to be able to have them year round as opposed to during rainy seasons. Tracking that is part of a measure of a healthy ecosystem. Biodiversity assessments we've carried out in Dominican Republic and Burundi. We created a framework that is highly participatory with the community. We wanted to meet the objective of awareness, but also the objective of biodiversity index and richness. We found that. And yes, we did find that agroforestry systems, multi-level, multi-species, are able to expand habitats of birds as well as vascular plants. I love this quote, and maybe I'm using too much time for this quote, but I remember doing this with a farmer in Burundi, and suddenly he was because we have botanists, but we also have local farmers identifying the different vascular plants. And I remember seeing this person, this older man, and him looking at this plant and looking it over and over and over. And then we come over and say, well, so what is that? It's like, I hadn't seen this plant since I was a kid. So I thought it was gone. So things like that are just things that keep you going. Fire days, tracking how much fire how much has people have burned in their plots or things like that. Habitat compatibility, in the same effort in which you know the details of that, and after you know what's there, you can actually make a comparison of how a natural habitat would look, what species composition, what species proportion, and you see how much does that agroforestry plot align with that. And then you combine the different measures. So as I said, there hasn't been enough time for us to say we've facilitated a process of restoration of the ecosystem, but the indicators are there, the ways are there. Let me see what other point I wanted to make there. Soil retention, exactly. We're actually right now working with this researcher in Compassion International, and we're establishing, using the type of species that we're using for reforestation in the areas upstream, we can actually make an estimation of soil retention, and we are actually quantifying how much soil is not getting into coastal habitats as part of an effort for reducing coral bleaching in coastal habitats. So again, there are strong indications that this process in which we're engaging have really made difference in the ecosystem health. So as a summary, it is a human system. It is complex as we are. You know yourselves, we're complex. It's multidisciplinary. So yeah, it is complex. Align yourself with methodologies that really embrace this instead of oversimplify it. Understand that if you have a conservation or ecological products that you want to attain, I mean, it is difficult, as this farmer would put it is difficult to hear the birds on an empty stomach. I don't expect a fisherman in Philippines to stop using gill nets to not kill dolphins and turtles because they're pretty and they're charismatic. No, he needs to eat, and that's what he knows. So we need to find alternative ways in which we can get to both results, to achieve both results. The idea of compounding methods, compounding disciplines. You want to layer. The way how we learn is by layering, creating more and more tags in our brain about what it thinks, making it practical, tying it to other senses. So you want to be able to make this redundant. You want your staff to be able to carry this message, to understand that there's no dichotomy between the spiritual and the physical, that they can actually go from one discipline to the other and to talk about themselves and their paths to be able to explain something that they're seeing in the field. So as I said, the field needs to be able to integrate and be aware of these connections that might not be obvious, might be obvious for them, and make sure to really point them out every time they see them. Simplifying the complex. So yes, multi-level, multi-species, habitat compatibility. Bottom line, we want to make a transition from this agroforestry system with this one, use this and this and this and this species. I always say rule of thumb, native species, local gene pools. It's like taking local knowledge of the different species. They've had a metabolic history that would make them more prepared to deal with the changes that lie ahead in climate, in different things, in weather patterns. So the idea that simplify the complex. Just because we use a cell phone doesn't mean that we can make a cell phone. So differentials, you measure what's the difference. You're doing 10, 15 things. Measure what are the 3 or 4 things that explain 85% of the difference, and be content with the 85% change. So it's going to be more cost efficient. It's going to be more focused. So again, measuring is key here to be able to determine what is the most critical things that explain the most change. Scale in space and time. We talked about it already. Measure, refine, iterative, measure. But again, I don't emphasize this enough. Measure well. Bad data is worse than no data. So surround yourself with people who understand that, involve stakeholders in the process. Agree with them what you're measuring. Understand, all of you have a collective understanding of why we're measuring this in order to do what. So this part, so the part of measuring, analyzing and refining, this iterative process is something that we can borrow from biology. This is how most of systems work. Produce, reaction, and refinement. Yeah, that's it. should I live down?
Stay up here. We have some time for Q&A, and you'll see we have a couple of people with mics. So if you could raise your hand and ask your question through the mic. And Milner, thank you again so much. That was so rich. I could just spend the whole week going through all those slides now and think of all the things we can glean from that. But any questions for Milner?
It can be any extrapolation to whatever I said. Don't. I know it was a lot of information, but yeah.
There's a question.
I think it's this one here.
Hi. Thank you so much for sharing. This was fascinating. I'm curious about what does it look like for the farmers? What does Plant with Purpose's role in helping the farmers transition from some of these annual crops to a more perennial agroforestry system? Like, how do they deal with that income break for a few years?
Yeah, I mean, there's hardly any place where we start as a clean slate. So there can be an indication. However, there's already a pre-work that gets done before we get to an area. So there's already some awareness of what we can do. But in general, what we can do together. But in general, we approach it as a partnership. We show, demonstrate, and prove together what the differentials, what works here, what's different here, what's different there. We do a lot of exchanges with other farmers. When we talk with farmers, we say you're going to pass from their graduation will be marked by a change in relationship from receiving to giving. You need to have give a space in your time to share what you've lived, your changes with new farmers and somewhere else. So it's very experiential, very hands-on. There's numbers too. I mean, I've met farmers that they don't know how to read, but they know how to count money. I mean, all of them. So very often you go ahead, okay, let's. So it's very demonstrative. It is very much a reaction to that. Because this is a long-term game, we want to make sure that we engage people, not in a way that is imposing, but in a way that is inviting, is demonstrative. You give the time, you listen, it helps when you know that it's okay to have awkward silences, but it's very much like that. It's very demonstrative. It's very sharing experiences. It's using numbers, using things that are tangible for people's lives. It's less about, oh, this is cooler, or no, here's the difference. This is exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. That was a lot.
Yeah,
You had mentioned the savings groups, and I was just wondering, how do you make sure that people in the community who are the poorest of the poor are part of your trainings, and what is the role of the local church in that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when you go to a community, there's all the spectrums of, if you want to call it from an income perspective, of poverty. So it is the methodology itself regulates itself. In every place that we arrive, they always say that they don't have money to save. And now they have $14 million that they're saving. So it's never true. I've only encountered one place in Haiti where there was such a bad situation that people didn't have even a starting point. That was with another organization. So by itself, the group regulate and include the people that they need to in the organization. So they're self-regulating. So we just make sure that when we arrive to a sub-watershed, it meets conditions of poverty, it means conditions of environmental degradation, as well as conditions of readiness. So that kind of takes care of that part. And the role of the church is, it varies across countries. But the role of the church, one, it could be, how can the church recognize that the way how our team in Mexico describes it is that Jesus came here to not only take care of our spiritual needs, but also our physical needs. So kind of working with the church to see themselves also as as a component, as a significant institution in the community that also can facilitate other process of change. So very often the same church leaders are the same leaders of the community, the same leaders in the saving groups. So that idea of redundancy, the message is redundant across all the institutions, all the way from the church. So it's very much when we go to a community and we talk about leaders, it always includes people in church positions. It's the local authorities, the local co-ops, and natural leaders, as well as people that as pastors or priests or imams, people from different places. Yeah.
Hello. That was great. Thank you for sharing. You had mentioned aerial photography, and I saw that you had a slide on the taking root.
Yeah.
Using that platform. How have you used things like GIS, Geographic Information Systems? Have you used any other technologies like that? How do you think that using things like that could improve what you do? Do you think there's a place for improvement or not?
Absolutely. We have a GIS specialist that is on staff. I myself have also a lot of experience in that field. But so yes, GIS is very much part of our daily life. The way how we choose a place where we work, so we identify based on need and opportunity different countries, but then it's through a a GIS analysis that we can determine where the area is more critical. We overlap socioeconomic information, we overlap with environmental information, with other types of information, and we overlay it and see areas where what is purple. We say purple because it's red with blue and other colors. So where it's purple is where the areas where all those elements converge. So it's part of our everyday life, absolutely. And as I said, even from creating the spatial awareness for people to see their world differently, we use that too. So it's very much part of everyday life. It's only going to get more and more used. The ability to be able to see patterns explained by geography or explained by this analysis. Yeah.
Thanks.
To the degree that you have been unsuccessful in an area and you've had to withdraw after a period of time, what have you learned from that?
I would say that it's never been unsuccessful. It's been iterative, meaning that we've been lucky to see how our arrival or our partnership has been positive. For me, the question is the nuance is the degree from a metric perspective, but the degree also from a scale perspective. You want, again, we're all working with limited resources. We want to be good stewards of what God gives us. So I think that much more than not being successful is the degree at which you're successful and the way how you define that success. So it's been iterative because we've been refining and finding more of that success. We want scale. You need systemic change to sustain your change. If you're in the bottom, if you're in the downstream, and the person above your farm is not doing soil conservation, and when it rains, he's just going to take what I. So we want to make sure that we do that in a measure that is significant, so that the change is systemic. The lessons, yeah, every time something doesn't go our way, it's highly shared with everyone else. As I said, the measuring system is strong enough that we become aware of what's not working. We don't see the reality of something that is an undesired result as something negative. We see it as like, okay, how do we approach this? How do we do it next time? So that's kind of the mindset of how we operate.
Milmer, could you talk a little bit about the carbon financing? You briefly mentioned it.
Yeah.
I think it's something that a lot of people are interested in, and
Yes.
could you just unpack how that works or to what scale you do it within your organization?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I've been working on it for about 3 years. I went from high resolution tracking of trees to now exploring that. if any of you are in any carbon project, just be aware that it's an effort of 1,000 details, of 1,000 sciences. It is really complex, and the industry has made it unnecessarily complicated for a very long time. I don't know if you know much, but a lot of the efforts in the past have been in big monocultures, big areas. But now the reason why we work with Taking Root is because they focus on small scale farmers and their ability. We're working with a Plan Vivo certifier because they demand 60% of the sale of the credit go to the farmer. We haven't yet been certified, but we already have a PIN, a project ID node approved, and we're already getting there. We're even working in Dominican Republic where we're testing this. The government doesn't even have a structure already in place, but we already have all the conversations and being part of the context of that. So it is challenging. It is not, if you tend to give up fast, that I don't think this is a crowd, don't do it. So right now we've worked with, we have 500 farmers in the Dominican Republic establishing multi-level, multi-species cacao agroforestry plots like the one I showed you. As we haven't been certified, so we're just waiting on certification so we can start selling those credits. The reason why I don't name it as a carbon project is because carbon for us is a vehicle for everything that I've been telling you about. If it takes a farmer 5 years, a family of 4, 5 years to take their monocultural crop and turn it into an agroforestry, a complex agroforestry agricultural plot, it takes them 5 years to plant the 1,500 trees that you need or more. It takes all that work to do it. So the way how I'm framing carbon is that carbon, the sale of the carbon credits by that design accelerates that process. So it provides the funding for the family to establish that plot in only 1 year. That way that by year 4, you get the first production of everything that you planted instead of a little bit, of a little bit, of a little bit, of a little bit. So that's how it integrates to what we do. It's an accelerator of an establishment of a cacao agroforestry plot. We haven't been yet certified the project yet, but we're very close. We worked out the details. The details that were important for me is that I didn't want carbon to cannibalize the model. I wanted carbon to make the model better. And what I just described is how I see that it makes it better. I mean, you're accelerating the change. You're making it more efficient, and you're bringing, and the other part that I like is that the farmer is seen as part of the solution instead of the problem. Any conservation class that you took 10 years ago, 15 years ago, would always see humans as the, no, human is the solution. It's a human system. If you take it out of the equation, you are undermining what you're trying to achieve. So we can talk more, but that's in general, yeah.
I think we might have a question. Oh, do you have one more there? Yes, go for it.
Soy Rodimiro Padilla de Honduras y voy a preguntar en español.
Claro, no hay
porque tú
problema.
hablas español.
Claro.
¿Tienen alguna experiencia donde ustedes trabajan sobre manejar estos proyectos como el enfoque de cuenca y no de alguna distribución política administrativa que tiene, y si eso les ha favorecido bien para los proyectos?
So what he's asking for everybody that doesn't speak Spanish is that just for his experience with following along watershed lines as opposed to the political lines and the challenges of that.
Yeah. So.
Y la otra pregunta es, si tú consideras que el cambio climático es una oportunidad para la agricultura sostenible.
And do you feel that the climate change that we're experiencing is an opportunity for some of these changes?
Thank you. So yes, I mean, I'd say sub-watershed because it's a fractal, it's nested within a big watershed. So, I mean, there's watersheds of thousands of square kilometers, so we cannot work at that level. So it's a sub-watershed, it's a unit that has a cohesion. It's been more effective for us to work along watershed lines because they they homogenize the treatment. The ecology seems to be the same. The culture is the same. The trade is the same. So it homogenizes. So it's been more effective for us to do it. It presents challenges when there's geopolitical. There's, for example, a municipality in the middle of the sub-watershed, and it's challenging, but we still approach it. Actually, we had great results where some people from one area that were not connecting with other people from another area because of political reasons, we put them at the same table and they're cooperating to address a plan for sub-watershed restoration of the projects. So it's been effective in that way. And then the other question was about climate change. Absolutely. I mean, we have to do it. I mean, I remember 10 years ago or 15 years ago when they would ask me about climate change when it was more difficult to have those conversations. And I would say, well, I don't talk about it. I don't see it as a way. I see it as a measurement. Our farmers have had changing weather patterns and have had to plant different cultivars of corn and coffee because the weather doesn't sustain what they used to do. So yes, there's an opportunity to be able to make a dent in that sense as you're trying to do things at scale at a sub-watershed level.
Milmer, thank you so much. It was a very rich talk. I especially, of course, appreciate your mention of savings and loan. As we mentioned, both Hannah and I volunteer on the board of Peer Servants, which is very much like Hope International. We work with microfinance as well as other community development projects. So, and I love that he calls us a community of practitioners and not experts. So. I have some announcements before we have our little coffee break. Make sure that you make time to network. There's about 190 of us here this week, and that's a lot of people to network with, but make use of your time. I always like to apply sort of the Farming God's Way principles of, being on time, because we're going to come back at exactly 10:30 and minimum waste. So you want to make sure all your conversations are really, quality and networking. You got your business cards ready. And then, of course, high standards, okay, we're always going to be positive about our comments to each other. And then lastly, of course, with joy. So, okay. Some other things to remind you of, we have a lot of exhibitors with tables out there, so feel free to enjoy those. We also have some exhibitors on the farm around the library area. We also want to remind you that the bus that leaves for lunch leaves promptly at 11:45 outside the hotel. There will be 2 buses if you are not driving. If you are driving, this is a good time to network. Ask somebody you've just met if they need a ride. It's a good time to network in that 27-minute drive back to the farm. Also, I want to remind you, those of you who are taking pictures and writing notes feverishly, that all the plenary speakers are recorded. And the recording will be available on Whova in a few weeks, and it will be available for 6 months. So you can hear all the plenary speakers then. The slides that are part of the plenaries, they're available at the end of today on ecocommunity.org. And this afternoon, as all afternoons, you'll have a chance to meet the speaker. So that's one of the workshop choices. And at any point in time during the plenary speakers, you can ask your question on Whova. So you can post your question on Whova, and Stacy will be logging those and we'll have some chance to ask the speaker those questions that you post on Whova. Okay. All right. Any other announcements that I might have missed? Okay, so we have to be back here on time with joy at 10:30. All right. Enjoy.
each of our target countries. This includes the Center of Excellence for Sustainable Agricultural Intensification and Nutrition, CSAIN, in Cambodia, Central Philippine State University, or CPSU, in the Philippines, and Echo Asia Foundation in Thailand. The program began in October 2023 and will run until October 2028. The populations of Southeast Asia are predominantly rural, relying on agriculture, fisheries, and forestry for food security and livelihood. These countries are experiencing accelerated outmigration as youth leave rural areas and pursue opportunities outside of the agricultural sector. There's a mismatch between academic and vocational training and the skill sets demanded by the labor market. Youth face structural barriers to entering the workforce and starting their own businesses, including limited access to financial services and productive employment, such as seeds, fertilizer, mechanization, irrigation, and land. As such, investments are needed in education, training, and acceptance systems to prepare and support young people for emerging jobs in agriculture and food systems. The goal of the ALOC program is to support youth-led and youth-serving institutions to build more resilient and inclusive agri-food systems through demand-driven technical changes for U.S. volunteers. The program seeks to integrate youth into agricultural value chains through 4 areas of primary technical assistance. 1, hands-on agriculture. 2, agricultural entrepreneurship and agribusinesses. 3, agriculture education. And 4, extension and advisory services. There are 3 value chains of the ALOC program: vegetables, aquaculture, small livestock, and agriculture. Technical assistance in these value chains support youth to develop and adopt innovations that drive improvements in productivity, profitability, and sustainability across the agricultural sector. Volunteer experts work on a wide range of activities from body work to classified host organizations. These organizations may include private farmers, cooperatives, education institutions, extension services, NGOs, agribusiness, and others. Local ALOC outreach identifying and working with hosts and design community-driven assignments that target youth or those serving youth. We're excited to continue our mission to provide education and support for organizations transforming agri-food systems across Southeast Asia. Thank you for watching, and please feel free to reach out to the contacts on your screen for more information. Late 90s, we've been married 10 years. Practice is going well. We got quite involved in organized veterinary medicine and we're on some different committees with some national organizations.
I was given the opportunity to do a lot of speaking around the country. There was a point where I was spending more and more time away, and Lori told me she's getting used to not having me there. I was creating a situation where instead of bringing Lori and I closer together, was driving us apart. When the kids leave, then we won't know each other and could very well end up.
And then 9/11 happened. It just kind of shone a spotlight on what are you doing with your life? Is it valuable?
When we first came to Mongolia and we went out with the team, we saw that the teacher evangelists have such a passion to share Christ with everybody that they met. God did some just amazing things.
The short-term thing was kind of not as far as I thought we would ever go with CNA. I really did not expect us to ever move into long-term service. And my husband suggested we explore long-term missions in 2018. We prayed over that for several months, but we just felt like this gentle nudge.
So we made that commitment. We're going to start moving in this direction, and we'll see where God leads. If He doesn't want us going to Mongolia, let's shut the door instead of let's stay. The Mongolian
shine his light where it's going to shine, and his word's not going to return void. And our job is just to do whatever it is that he said in front of us to do. And always be obedient in our tiny little part. That's what we're called to do.
All right, welcome back after this coffee break. Well, they just closed the door. I was going to have us make a loud noise so that they could hear us, but the doors are now closed. All right, let's try to make a loud noise and see if we can get the people out in the lobby in here because they wouldn't want to miss out why we're streaming. Okay. Now, I'm going to say this verse from Philippians 4:4, and at the end of it, you will shout on top of your lungs, Steve, keep that door open. And when I finish this verse, you will all yell, rejoice, as loud as possible, okay? Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice! All right, welcome back. You know that these lanyards have a meaning, so green means don't ask me anything. No, I'm just kidding. Green means I'm staff and I'm supposed to have some answers, okay? And then most of you have the black ones, and then some of you have the red ones because we are filming and taking pictures and interviewing, and that means you probably work for a closed country and you don't want your picture on Facebook or anything like that. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next plenary speaker. I met Katrina when I was a dean at Taylor because I was looking for a science speaker for the eclipse event that happened at Taylor University, the total solar eclipse. And we wanted a chapel that featured a astronomist, physicist, somebody in science to celebrate that day, and to celebrate it honoring God, not because of crystals or some other thing about solar eclipses, but because God is the God of wonder, and God is a God of majesty. And so she was recommended to me. I had not met her, but I talked to her on the phone, and I said, okay, you're on. And then I left to take this job, but I flew back to make sure I heard Katrina in chapel, and she did a great job. And so I've invited her to speak. Katrina Kaler has a PhD and master's in physics from Western Michigan. She has also a bachelor's degree from Houghton. She teaches physics, programming, data science at Houghton, and conducts research in nuclear safeguards at the Los Alamos National Lab in New Mexico. You're supposed to go, ooh. Okay. She has a passion for reaching unreached people groups and has adopted the Tamashek. She enjoys cooking ethnic foods, reading about pedagogy, and serving in the church. She grew up as a missionary kid in Kenya and the DRC. So, yeah. And remember, both this morning's first speaker and this one, there are sessions where you can meet the speaker this afternoon on the farm if you have more questions for her. Her talk will be an unusual one if you saw the title for an agricultural conference, but it's called Data-Driven Approach to the Great Commission. Let's welcome Katrina.
Good morning. As you've heard, I'm a little bit out of my wheelhouse here, but because I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction of who I am. Before we get to Africa, I'm going to say that I'm a Canadian Mennonite because I think there might be some Mennonites in the room, so rock on. But I grew up in Africa, and we were stationed in the Democratic Republic of Congo during the 90s. And if you know anything about Africa in the 90s, and especially Congo in the 90s, it wasn't great. A dictator got overthrown, a new dictator got instated, and we were evacuated about 5 different times. And so we were eventually placed in Kenya, in Nairobi, and that's where I grew up. That was the rest of my childhood. My parents were with Wycliffe Bible Translators. From Africa, as you're looking at college, everything looks equally far away if you're looking at North America. So I was not constrained to Canada, and I ended up going to the US. I went to New York, upstate New York, so Amish country, is where I got my degree in math and physics, and I loved it. But one of the things I also did some undergraduate research in nuclear physics, and I went to New Mexico. That's that one in the bottom left corner, that state. And in New Mexico, I worked at Los Alamos National Laboratory in nuclear physics, and it was fabulous, loved it. When I went to grad school, I went to Michigan. I heard that there's a speaker from Kalamazoo, Western Michigan is my area for grad school. And From there, I didn't know what I was doing, so I went back to New Mexico, did more research, and then finally I ended up, oh, I had pictures for this, physics. That's me graduating with my PhD in physics. Went back to New Mexico and did some research there I do this with various students. I am very passionate about bringing minorities and women into science and math. And so from there, I decided to go back into academia, and I find myself now as a professor of physics and data science in a small liberal arts college in upstate New York. So that's like the brief, crazy overview, and hopefully somewhere in that story you might have some connections with me. So it was around in 2018, before the world collapsed, that I took this course called Perspectives. It's a college-level course. It's 4 credits worth of work, and it is intense. And I say this as someone who's gotten a degree in physics. It's a lot of reading. But somewhere in the middle of this course, I suddenly got charts and plots, and I was so excited because data scientist me was just like, yes! I'm with Milmer. We love the numbers. And I got numbers, and it started changing my paradigm, my view of what missions was. And this is coming from a missionary kid who grew up thinking she knew what missions was. And as I started learning more about the state of Christianity around the world, I started realizing that maybe there were other ways to think about what we should do next and how to think strategically about missions. So I learned about William Carey, who I like to call the first data-driven missionary. He wrote this book, or not, it was more of a pamphlet, An Inquiry into the Obligations of Christians to Use Means for the Conversion of the Heathens. That is a mouthful. We call it an inquiry. And basically, this was in 1792, he put up all the numbers of this is the state of the world. This is how many people live in this country. This is how many of them are Christian. This is how many live in this country. This is how many of them are Christian. And so that's why I like to call him a data-driven missionary. He's looking at the numbers and saying, this is where we need to target these countries. This is where the need is. Then Hudson Taylor comes along a little while later, and he wrote a pamphlet called The Proportion of Missionaries in the Population in the 18 Provinces of China Proper. Also a mouthful. If you write a pamphlet, can you please make it a little bit shorter? Because keeping those titles in our heads. But what he was looking at was China. And he started looking at how many people were in this province were Christian, how many people in this province were Christian, and trying to map out versus the total population where the need was once again. I like to call him the first data-driven mobilizer, because with that information, he lived in China for a little bit of time, but mostly he came back to the UK and was trying to mobilize people to say, you need to go to this province, you need to go to this province, they have need of you. And so he was a mobilizer, but a data-driven mobilizer. If you're at all interested in some more of the stories and the statistics, I encourage you to take this course. You can take it at they do not pay me, I'm doing this for fun. You can do it at kind of a certificate level where you do the readings and stuff, but you don't get academic credit, or you can get academic credit for it. If a 4-credit college class is a bit of an ask, there's a slightly easier lift called Momentum Yes. Momentum Yes is much more built for like a small group kind of setting. If you want to talk more about any of this, again, as we mentioned, 3 o'clock, I'm on for one of these speaker sessions, and we can talk. But from there, one of the things I learned was some vocabulary. It's very useful to have vocabulary when you talk about the need. And some of the vocabulary I learned was this evangelism scale. So we need to talk about Jesus, and we need to talk about Jesus in a lot of different spaces. Within our churches, we need to talk about Jesus, because the person sitting next to you in the pew, they might say, I am a Jesus follower, but right now I am really struggling and I don't know, I have doubts. So even evangelism within the church, within our own, what we consider part of the family, even that needs to happen. E1 evangelism is our next layer out. So this is going to the sports stadium. They share the same culture with you, and I realize I am speaking to a multicultural audience here. But let's say you're an American, your E1 evangelism is outside of the church, but within your community, as you walk and interact with people outside of your church. I hope you have friends who are not part of your church family. E2 evangelism is the next culture out. This is the culture that you might share things with. I love Mexican food. I love Mexican colors and culture. I think it's a lot of fun. It is outside my culture, but there are things I understand about it. E3 evangelism is even further out. This one I have very, very little cultural connection with, but it's important to do evangelism at all of these different steps. And I do want to acknowledge that we are in a multicultural audience, so for you, American culture might be E3 evangelism. You might be looking at that girl in front of the flag going, yeah, that's way outside of my cultural context. Maybe the Afghani women, you're like, they're outside of my cultural context, but they're not actually that far removed from my cultural context. We need you. We need you working to reach those Afghani women, because for me to reach them is going to be a little bit harder. So let's talk about our current status. I encourage you to pick a wedge that maybe you know well, and maybe a wedge you haven't really thought about. So as you're looking at the different wedges, pick one that you're like, this is my land, these are the people I work with, or where I live, but then pick another wedge, a wedge that looks slightly different from your wedge. So as we look at this, the dark orange toward the center of the wedges is evangelical Christians. So this is how many people, a proportion of how many people in your population are evangelical Christian. So some of those wedges have very small quantities, some have larger quantities. Then we have a lighter yellow further out from the orange, and that's how many claim to be Christian. I do have Christian in quotes, because this is a very broad encompassing umbrella of anyone who claims to be Christian. I'm not here to say whether or not they are, but this is people who are saying, I acknowledge Jesus as God, and I want to follow him. A third of the world is in this proportion. Then there are the culturally near non-believers. I like to look at China, where I see this great big teal area, and you might be thinking, whoa, how are all of those culturally near? They may not be culturally near to you, but they are culturally near to that orange population within the China pie. Okay, does that make sense? A third of the world is in these categories, in the culturally near. So that means there is a culture, and it itself is not evangelized, but it is culturally near a culture that is. Then we've got the light blue. These are culturally distant non-believers. So they're less than 2% evangelical, less than 5% Christian. So they're pretty far removed from a Christian context where they might hear about the gospel. Then we have dark blue. And this is our culturally distant in what we call a frontier people group. So less than 0.1 evangelical. In other words, they're not hearing about Jesus ever in their lifetime. A third of the world lives in these blue categories. We call these unreached people groups. So we've got a third Christian, a third non-believing but culturally near a Christian group, and then a third that is unreached. They are non-believing, and they're probably not going to hear about the gospel. So we've got these E0, E1, E2, E3. So if we're trying to map that to the pie chart we just got, E0 and E1 is going to be looking at that teal sort of population. It's when you go to those different cultures, 2 and 3, that you're reaching the unreached people groups. And that's regardless of which region you live in. So a third of the world, which is half of our non-believers in the teal, and then we've got a third of the world, half of our non-believers in the blue. Now let's look about what our current strategy is, because I am a strategist kind of gal. So when we look at the third of the world that's non-believing in these reached people groups, we send about 30 missionaries. And when I use the word missionary, I do want you in your head to put that with anyone who's reaching out. Like, this is not necessarily a church planter. So this could be development, this could be other aspects of reaching the people with the gospel. For our third of the world, that has half of the non-believers and the unreached, we send one missionary. So 30-to-1 ratio is what we're currently doing to reach these two populations. For the third of the world that is reached, we send about $50. And for that $50, we send $1 to our world that's non-believing and unreached. As I look at this, this is our current strategy. I have strategies in quotes. And I do want to state here that this has worked. We have seen amazing strides in the world, and it's now time to reevaluate. So this is what Milmer said. Don't be afraid of the evaluation stage. That's what we're doing together, is we're evaluating these numbers and saying, for today's situation, I don't think it's a good strategy for the future. We don't want to beat ourselves up about the past. About the past, we've done a lot of amazing good work as a community. But as we look forward, I don't want this to continue to be our strategy, because I don't think it's going to work as we go into the future. So what do we do, and how does this relate to agriculture? So I want to introduce you to Stratus. Stratus is an online, it's a website. You can go to stratus.earth, and I'll put up a QR code at the end of my talk. And what they do is they score every country on a whole bunch of different metrics, and they get an overall score for that country. And this is basically a need score. It includes spiritual need, economic need. We're going to look at the various breakdown. So as we look at this, you can see I'm staring at Africa because that happens to be one of my favorite continents. And that north part of Africa, it's pretty red. High need in that north part of Africa. But let's zero down a little bit more about what this has to offer. If we look at Niger, for example, we can find some metadata about the population, the capital, the various languages, the dominant religion, and we can see that they are ranked, it's too far for me to read, is that 18? 18 currently. And these numbers are fluid, they do update them. But their Stratus index is about 18. This is about 180-ish countries, so it's high need. If we look at that score, the 18 score, it's divided up, or it's actually a result of subscores in their development, in their natural resources, their spiritual state, political, and social. So you can see that socially, they're kind of middle of the pack of all of the countries. Spiritually, they're in the bottom third. Developmentally, you can see a very low score there. They're not doing well in developmentally. So if we look at one of these examples, say the natural score, it is also subdivided. And this is subdivided, man, that's really tiny, by the environment, the built environment, environment, and geography. And under geography is agriculture. I promise to get there eventually. There's a score there for you guys. But if we look at that score, again, these numbers are small. You can actually just go onto the website and find numbers for your country. And I encourage you to do that. Under agriculture, it also breaks it down into agriculture, elevation, and ruggedness. You, as agriculture people, might understand why those three are important. I do not. You can tell me later. And each of those scores gets a piece of information from some other location. So for example, here's a score from the World Bank on arable land in this country. So to reiterate, our summary of our data flow is we have an overall country ranking that came as a result of rankings in various different areas that indicate need. Both spiritual is weighted pretty strongly, as well as these other areas. And then each one of those has subscores based on the components that build that up. And each of those scores that go into that are also from data. So not to overwhelm you, but basically there's a lot of data that comes into this from a lot of different organizations. Maybe your organization is up there. That would be cool. And that information gets all collated into these scores for countries. Now, why am I telling you this? First off, there might be a few young folks, maybe older folks, but a few young folks who haven't yet picked a country, haven't picked an area yet to go to. And I want to encourage you to look at these scores. Don't go to Kenya because everybody's going to Kenya. And I say that with someone who has all love for Kenya. I love Kenya. But don't go there just because you've heard about it, your friend there went there on a missions trip. Do some research about where is the need. When I look at this data, you can actually turn things off. So I turned off everything but this developmental, actually, which one was this that I turned off? I should have printed my slides bigger. I can't read it. Can someone read it for me? Health, cool. I turned off everything but health because health is very tied into agriculture and food scarcity. And I looked at the numbers again, because you can do that. And this is what the map of Africa ends up looking like once I do that. And then Niger jumps to 7th place. So as I'm looking at, if I have the skill set in the health world and in dealing with food scarcity, that's a country that I want to prioritize more. You've already seen this map, the one that's behind the Stratus map. This is from Joshua Project, and every dot is a people group. And the unreached people groups, those would land in my dark blue categories, are in red. So your red dots are unreached people groups. High need, we're sending 1 person out of 30 people. We're sending $1 out of $50 to those people. This is why we talk about the 1040 window, but I'm a data person, and I just had to give you a bunch of numbers to get there. And I encourage you to look at these countries and serve in these countries. India always really interests me. I've visited there like 3 times now. I love India. They have so many people groups that are so culturally distinct. You might think, if you live in America, that they all have a pretty uniform culture. They don't. You are basically getting one province's food over and over again when you go to those restaurants. India has a lot of diverse people. So to reach one people group in India is really to reach one people group because they are so diverse. If you reach one, they're not going to reach the rest of India for you. So I put this up here to tell you where the need is and where I really want us to focus. So again, our strategy right now is 1/3 of the world that's in these reached people groups. We're sending 30 missionaries, $50, and equivalently, in our unreached, 1 missionary, $1. So I propose let's at least aim for 50-50. I personally think we should put more toward our unreached people groups, but that's also my shtick. So you're welcome to join me in that. But at a bare minimum, let's aim for 50-50, because at least that's our population breakdown between these two groups. I think in order to get the unreached people group, we're going to need more resources there, because they're unreached for a reason. They're hard to reach. And if you guys are working in any of these countries, you know the work is hard. So I propose we also need to send Not Your Mama's missionary. I say this because my mama is a missionary, and I would like to send people out like her as well, but I would also like to send out a different kind of missionary. We need missionaries who are business people. We need administrators. We need people who are browner than me. We need all of these kinds of missionaries to be sent out, and we really need people in tech. I hear Hannah's humming there. I heard her plea this morning. I'm echoing that. We need more people in tech who love Jesus. So let's bring it down from the numbers and the abstract to a concrete story, my story. So how did I do it? I am not an agriculture person. I just got to put that out there again. But I do have a few skills. They're just not ag skills. So first thing is adopt a people group. I recognize a lot of you guys in agriculture are probably working more regionally than you are working with people groups. I do not know your problems and your stories, but I do want to put this out there that you might need to start thinking a little bit more about people groups. For example, Niger, which is the country that I'm currently very interested in, has a lot of people groups, and they're the Hausa. The Hausa are agricultural, high need still, but a lot of resources have been done among the Hausa because they are stationary and agricultural, and development looks easier. But many of those red dots are not people who stay in one spot. Many of them are nomadic. And so I don't know what the answer is, but I encourage you to adopt a nomadic group and figure out what does your development look like in a nomadic context. I do not have answers for you guys here. I'm just posing problems. But we have a lot of brilliant minds here, and I would love to hear what your thoughts are on how you go from your agricultural, stationary communities to doing development among a nomadic group. Because the nomadic groups also have enormous problems with food scarcity. The Sahara Desert is advancing every year. Their nomadic lifestyles are going away. And how do we come in while they're on this transition between nomadic to who knows what their future looks like? And how can you help? So I adopted the Tamazight. They're better known as the Tuareg, but I don't call them the Tuareg because that was a name given to them by the Arabs, and it means abandoned by God, and nobody is abandoned by God. So the Tamazight, that's what they call themselves as well, span over a whole bunch of different countries. Niger is where they are very concentrated, but they go up into Algeria, Libya, Mali. And the first thing I did is I needed to learn about my people group. So the reason I adopted them is because I was in 6th grade, so I was 10 years old. I was going to be David Livingstone. He was my idol. Can you tell I'm a missionary kid? And it turns out I'm not David Livingstone. I became a physicist instead. But all the way through high school, I wore veils. I was like, I'm going to be a cool, mysterious desert lady. Back when Facebook had profile pictures that were not you or your cat, I had this exotic desert woman. I don't know where I found this picture, but she was going to represent me. And eventually that dream just kind of disappeared, and everybody told me I was weird for wearing veils. But now, 2018, I'm doing perspectives. I'm told to adopt a people group for my paper. And I'm like, how about the Tuareg? And so I adopt them. And I'm still not wearing veils, but I would love to. But it turns out the men wear the veils, not the women in that culture. So no veils for me, it looks like. But I started learning about my people group. And that looked like reading ethnographies, reading about this Dutch explorer guy who in his early 20s went out into the Sahara, got kidnapped about 3 times, ate good food, and had a riot. It was an interesting ride. It also looks like using my Duolingo skills. My French has gone away. I am Canadian. I had a little bit of French once upon a time. It is gone. But with Duolingo, I am building that back up because we live in the 21st century, which means I, as a non-missionary, can be texting and messaging with people in Niger every day. And I am, but I have to do it in French, which means Duolingo has to be my friend. So Duolingo to the rescue. It also looked like downloading an app with their scriptures. They don't have most of the Bible, but they do have a little bit, and they do have some audio books, audio readings of the scripture, so I can play that. I can listen to their sounds and just appreciate them. I have no idea what they're saying other than the fact that I know it's Matthew 1, so it's got to be a genealogy. But I get to listen to their language and appreciate it. It means visiting. So I was able to go out to Niger after the coup. Everyone was like, you're crazy. And I'm like, yes, I am. We're going to do this. And I got to meet these jewelers and this family whom I've been continuing to have a relationship with over WhatsApp and appreciating their ingenuity. It requires a very creative person to survive poverty. And these are very creative people. And I was privileged to get to meet them and know them. It looks like praying. I like to say you have to pray like a conspiracy theorist. You don't just sit there and you pray for the people in Africa, the starving people. You guys know this, but I'm trying to give you the language so you can tell others in your life who may not have this language. And when I pray like a conspiracy theorist, I mean it. When I get a new newsletter that used to get quietly archived, never to be read again, actually never to be read in the first place. Now when I get a new newsletter, I'm like, okay, cut out the pictures, paste them in my book, write down where is Pastor K going. Pastor K is now in this city, so that's what all the little purple sticky notes are my pastors. I'm keeping track of them and where they are. They're trying to build a Bible school among a nomadic group. Turned out to be really hard, so that's not happening. But I am praying that that Bible school happens because there is a functioning Bible school among the Fulani, which is also a nomadic people. So they're kind of my inspo pick on the bottom right on my Tamajak Bible School page. And I'm like, I want that to happen among my people group. Because when that happens, there are teachers, there are pastors, there are educated people who can help that community grow and develop in many ways that I could not even envision. We need to pray, your kingdom come, and pray like a conspiracy theorist. It means supporting. This seems kind of dumb because it's so obvious, but I had to scour various organizations to find the 4 couples that are working in my people group. They're in different organizations, and there are only 4 of them. Only one of them is currently actually in the country. Everybody else is outside the country for various reasons. This is the definition of the unreached people group. When we say we send 1 missionary for every 30 over there, this is what I mean. For a group of 3 million people, there are 4 couples, and that's it. And of those 4 couples, they're all working with one particular subdialect, which means the rest of them really aren't hearing anything. Here are some other ideas. Actually read the newsletters. Go to cultural events. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but this is to give you language so that you can help your friends, your family, your church know what to do and how they can support you and how they can support the work that we're doing. When I say go to cultural events, this is like me listening to music or to Bible readings that I don't understand. I do not understand this music, but I went to a Tamajak folk concert. Bambino, he was touring the United States, and he happened to be from my people group, and so I trucked my way across New York State to go to his concert and just listened. It's still not my favorite music, but I can do this to support my people. Hosting cultural education events, so this might be meals where people come and you talk about the culture, but then of course visiting the country and looking at what things are like on the ground. And so when I did this, I found that there was this NGO that was working, trying to build schools, and they're partnering with various local churches, but they're trying to make these sustainable schools, so long-term sustainable. And she got very excited because I am a STEM person, and everybody thinks STEM is the answer to everything. It's not, but I might have a few ideas for her. So as we started talking, I was thinking about how to use my STEM skills, because that's what I have to offer the kingdom. And as I was thinking about like training in computers or training mathematically or scientifically, I ran into this wonderful missionary who told me you have to look up orality. And I was like, or a what? He said, orality. So I'd heard of oral cultures, but orality as a concept I had not. So the very first thing I did when I got back was I looked up Ong's book on orality. This is a dry read, but I read it because that's one of the skills I have as an academic is I can read dry things and pull out the salient features. And as I pulled out these different features, I'm starting to think about how do I train using these concepts of orality. This is one of those topics I would love to pick up with you later on in an afternoon session because you are training people. You are training people to do things, and training people in an oral context, which happens to be pretty much everybody, is different than training people in the United States of America. I would actually argue it's not all that different, and we need to stop how we're training in the US too, but that's a different story. As we think about oral cultures, we're thinking about things like the aggregate nature. So when you tell a story, it's not just the princess, it's the beautiful princess. It's not just the soldier, it's the brave soldier. You're not just talking about farmers, you're talking about persistent farmers. I'm talking about blind computers and sighted programmers. It's a story. They are part of a story, they are characters in a story. Let them embody that story and it will stick. So that's an example of using something in an oral culture to help with training. And these are dumb examples. I would love to hear better examples as you think about these ideas too. Oral culture is a concrete. It's grounded in reality. You can tell me all the abstract ideas, but if I don't see it lived in the daily experience, that white bear that you talk about in the north does not exist. I've never seen it. I do not know what this thing is that you talk about. But we can talk about actual things that they experience. When I talk about Bernoulli's principle, I can talk all day long about that equation on the board, and it means nothing. When I say, you know how when you're in the shower and the water's streaming down and moving the air, and then that shower curtain comes and sticks to your legs? You know that experience. That's Bernoulli's principle. And that's something that everyone's like, oh. And then when I say there's a force from the higher pressure outside to the lower pressure inside, and that's what moves the shower curtain in, now they're tracking, now they remember Bernoulli's principle. But the equation meant nothing to them. So we have to ground it in lived experience. We have to use the proverbs of the area, of the people. I loved Milmer's talk. I think you had at least 3, if not 4 proverbs in your talk. And the reason for proverbs is because the abstract comes in and out the other ear. But the proverb, you remember the proverb. You remember that it's hard to hear about the birds when you've got a grumbly stomach. That's an image you can hold on to and remember, and so that's useful in an oral culture because you have to remember everything. You can't write it down. And so as you're thinking about your challenges and what you're trying to communicate, try to find the proverbs. Connect them to the proverbs. When the music changes, the rhythm of the dance must change also. And we are seeing that the music is changing. As we try to develop the world, the music is changing, whether that is AI coming onto the scene, whether that is the Sahara Desert, just keeps growing. Whatever it is in your context, the music is changing. How are we going to adjust our dance? So I encourage you, don't bury your talents, even if it's not agriculture. Maybe there's some imposters in the room like me. I also want to offer help. I don't have your skills, but I do have my own. I would love to help you by giving mobilization talks in your contexts. I would love to help you or your organization think about what does it look like to adopt a people group as an organization, or think about people groups instead of regions. I would love to provide a prayer binder workshop. I didn't bring my prayer binder down with me, but I can go grab it at one of our breaks. But this is how I pray like a conspiracy theorist. It's monstrous, it's fun. And I've done these workshops with many women, seem to like them. I don't know why the women gravitate toward them. Maybe it's the fun visuals. It's like scrapbooking meets prayer. So I'm happy to provide these kinds of workshops, funnel people to your organization. As I give these mobilization talks, I am not representing any organization. I am solo. And so as people come to me and say, I do economics, and I don't know what to do, but I was inspired. I want to be able to say, you need to talk to so-and-so, or so-and-so, or so-and-so, and then do that connection and bring them to you so that you can finish out that mobilization task. Because I don't know where exactly to put them, but if I have some names and some areas or some types of people you are looking for, if you're looking for a data scientist, or you're looking for a computer scientist, you're looking for an engineer, then I can help funnel people to you. I'm asking for a long-term sort of relationship here, as opposed to just like today, this is what I need. Who are the kinds of people you need over the course of your organization's life? Because I'm hoping to be doing this for a very long time. Then one way you can help me is I'm a teacher, and I'm teaching a lot of data science classes alongside my physics classes. And in the spring of 2026, I am teaching the senior capstone for our data science major, and I'm hoping to do service projects. So what this would look like is that from you, we get data sets, we get questions, we get thoughts of what you want done with your data. I give that to a set of 1 to 3 students, and they analyze your data, provide you with a report, provide you with visualizations, and then provide you with whatever they use to analyze that. Whether that is spreadsheets with equations or whether that is some good old Python, whatever tools they use, they will provide it back to you. This is a consultancy kind of relationship, so what I need from you if you want to do this is a willingness to talk with my students, because it's learning for them to how do I offer my services to people, like real people, who have real needs. How do I offer those services? How do I give them what they want, not what I want to do? So my students are really like, woo, let's do the machine learning thing. It may not be the best thing for your data, and I refuse to let them torture your data. I will not let them torture your data. And so we'll have that back and forth. You might be like, I do want the clustering algorithm, and we'll talk about the limitations of that clustering algorithm. But you might be like, I want no code because I want to train our guy here to actually run the code after we're done with the semester. And that is good with me. If you're like, keep things in Excel, I'll be like, yes, I will keep things in Excel for you. And I will make it as streamlined as possible. Actually, the student will. I will make them do that. So this is a service that we are offering. As Milmer said, bad data is worse than no data, though. Okay? So garbage comes in, garbage comes out, is what we say in the data science world. And if you give us a bunch of garbage, you will get garbage. So if you want to talk more about what makes for good data, we have time. So this is for spring 2026. So that means you have a full year cycle to get good data. Hopefully, that's enough time. Hopefully, it's not too much time. And if you have thoughts on what kind of data streams, I'm going to point you to Milmer again, because he seems to like the data, and I love what he's saying. But I'm happy to talk with you, too. I don't know what kind of data is the most useful for you. So we can talk about various sensors, various data streams. But I want to offer my students to help you in your work. If you're like, I can't do spring 2026, but I can do spring 2028, take my business card and keep in contact with me, because I'll be teaching this every 2 years. All right. So I ask you to join me strategically. Let's do the Great Commission. Let's go into all the worlds. Let's disciple. Let's show people the amazing, amazing man and God that Jesus is. Thank you.
All right, so we have some time for Q&A. Thank you so much, Katrina, for helping us think outside the box. So think about that all day long, all week long. $30, 30 people versus one, $50 versus $1. And think about the agency you represent, the churches you represent, or your own tithing and giving. How does this influence really when we keep saying we need to reach the unreached people group and actually do something about that? It'll be challenging, but there's nothing too difficult for God. He's on our side. So, Q&A. Any thoughts, discussion, questions? Good.
First, look in the chat.
I'm an engineer, but I don't do data because I became a sociologist that works with people. But my question is, running across the social mobilization world, fuzzy data, social science, SPSS kind of stuff. Does your STEM people and what you're doing also connect with that kind of analyses?
Yeah, so my data scientists aren't necessarily physicists. And if we're dealing with personal data, especially if it's sensitive personal data, one of the questions on the questionnaire is actually how would you like what are the things that we need to do to keep your data secure? So for example, if you're in a secure country and you have names of people, one of the things we might need to do is blank out those names or come up with IDs or various other ways to keep your data secure. But we are working not just with hard sciencey data. We're happy to work with social data as well.
I just wanted to add another, am I heard? Another possibility for being educated around these concepts of Kairos and Joshua Project is I say Kairos, the Perspectives course. That's hard reading, it's a college course. Kairos is more like a high school course. We still need the oral course, but it is a good way to transform churches to become mission centers.
Have you done Momentum, yes, by any chance?
No, but we've
Okay.
done Kairos and Youth Kairos and Interface.
Okay.
All of these are exposing church leaders to enlivening a sleeping church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll have to do the compare and contrast. I like that. Thanks for the suggestion.
Thank you so much for that talk. That was really insightful and I think really intentional, your approach to the Great Commission. One question I had, it was just a clarification. Were you saying that 1/3 of the world is unreached? Or can you go back to that slide and repeat some of that?
Can I go back? I cannot, but Nate can. It's the pie chart. Yeah, so 1/3 of the world is in the dark blue and light blue categories, which are defined as less than 5% Christian, less than 2% evangelical. And then 1/3 is in that teal, which are culturally near to non-believers. They've got usually more of a church presence than that less than 5%, less than 2%.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, the bottom one answers it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm wondering, for missionaries who are trying to determine which people group to go to, especially that in the E3 context, would you be somebody who could perhaps help a missionary team determine, say, there are 3 different people groups in this area, we're trying to figure out which one to choose, and it's hard, it seems, it's a very pragmatic thing,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I am happy to talk with you, but not qualified, not an expert. I'm just a practitioner of things. But I would love to get you in touch with the people who are working in that country, because the people who are working in that country will know some of those answers. And I am also just a researcher. I love doing the Google and the stalking and the things like that. So you give me your problem, I will go gangbusters on it.
one more. What are the biggest things that are determining one unreached, say, language group versus another?
It's this percentage, whether they have a church, that's functioning church. So those bluish colors, there's often is a church that's there, but often that church is not doing the Great Commission for their E1 work. So if those churches that are in the teal categories start doing their E1 work, then we won't need to go there, but they're not right now doing it. What was your question again?
Say you have 3 people or 3 different people groups within that dark blue.
Yeah.
How would you try to
rank them?
analytically? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would definitely start, like if all 3 are in the dark blue category, I would start with who's already working there and start with them, because it's going to be such a hard road. You're going to want the support network. Once you're established, you may want to move into a different one that's adjacent, because like my 4 missionaries, they're all working in one dialect. That's not actually the one I really want to work with, but I'm working with them right now, because until we get a few more, then we will break off, and I will hopefully get people working in the dialect I'm actually interested in. Yeah.
So you mentioned orality and specifically how it connects to like education and whatnot. For those of us developing maybe like training materials for farming practices, maybe you're trying to run workshops, what is the significance of orality in that sort of instance?
100% significance. Like what you are doing in training is education. And thinking about how do you incorporate these concepts of orality? How do you incorporate the concrete? How do you incorporate the aggregate way of thinking, the additive way of thinking? All of these, and there are like 8 different principles that Ong identified in oral cultures. How do you incorporate all of them in your training and craft it around that way of thinking? Yeah, that's where we need to brainstorm though.
Any other questions, comments? No? All right, thank you again. So I have a few announcements, and then you have some time to network, but the next major thing is for those of you who need a ride to the farm, the buses will leave at 11:45. We'll have some people directing you. We'll load the first bus, and once that's full, that will start heading to the farm, and we'll load the second bus. Again, if you are driving or have a car and you'd like to give rides, just flag someone down, meet someone, see if you can give them a ride, and do your networking while you drive. Couple of things. Some of you have asked about seeds and seed packets and where delegates can pick those up. They are on D on your map, so D. And you can pick them up today, tomorrow, and Thursday, anytime between 12:30 and 4:30, I believe. Do I have that right? 12:15 to 4:30. So, and that's right by the seed bank. So, all right. Couple of other things. Remember that lunch will be provided on the farm. It's where the buses will drop you off. You'll see a line, and then there are several local churches that have kindly volunteered to make the food and serve us these 3 lunches. And a reminder again, you can meet both Milmer and Katrina this afternoon. And we have 2 sessions in the afternoon, and we have at 2:30 a very important snack and water and orange juice break. And this is real Florida orange juice. So we also have a free book table outside the library. There's a couple of people who have donated their libraries. Either they've retired or have downsized. So you can take a look at those books. Yeah. So again, make sure after your second session that you catch the bus coming back to the hotel. And there are some restaurants and different eating options, walkable from Crown Plaza. And then we will start our evening sessions after that. Any other announcements? Where do they catch the bus at Echo? Somebody had that question. Same place a bus dropped you off for lunch, they will pick you up to head back for the hotel. All right. Let me pray for our wrap up. And Larry, are you going to pray for us for the meal now or later? Okay, he will pray for the pavilion, but I'm just going to close us in prayer, and so you'll have food that's blessed twice. So, Heavenly Father, thank you for so many things we've learned already this morning from Hannah, from Milmer, from Katrina. Thank you for the beautiful people you have created that have a love for you and have such strong faith and such amazing commitment to your kingdom work. And I pray that you'd stir in all of us, that as Hannah says, that we would not be encumbered, that we would remove any bitterness, any jealousy, any conflict in us so that we could be fully in your presence. And we pray also, as Milmer encouraged us, to not think of ourselves as experts who are done with learning, but that we are continuous learners and always practitioners who are willing to know more. And thank you for Katrina reminding us that the Great Commission is far, far, far from being complete. And I pray that you would stir in us, no matter how you stir in us or what you stir in us, that we would participate in that, whether it's in supporting, giving, researching, helping other people, taking the perspectives class, helping the agencies we represent to think about the unreached people groups. Take all these things we've learned, Lord, and may we produce something from it and not just sit here and let it just sit. We thank you for today so far. We pray that we would have good fellowship on our rides and also as we partake in lunch. And thank you for blessing us with such an abundant life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. So you want to head out, grab your stuff, and remember the buses leave at 11:45.